Hi, I'm very behind on my reading of Villette by Charlotte Bronte, and I really have the urge to read out loud for some reason, and this was my solution. So yeah. Anyway, on the right is a game. It's in idle mode. I'm not actually playing it. It's just a little fishing game that's pretty fun. So yeah, it's called Cast and Chill. Anywho, gonna be reading from chapter 12 to chapter 18. I'm not going to read chapter 18 because that's for like tomorrow. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know how to pronounce like a bunch of these words, and if there's French in any of these chapters, I'm not attempting it because I don't speak French. Um, so yeah, if you hear noise in the background, it might be my dog because she is in my room sleeping. Anyway, yeah. Okay, let's get started. Oh yeah, and I'm using Apple Books to read it. I do have the physical version, but I didn't know what the fuck to put on the screen, so we've got the Apple Books version, which is what I'm gonna be reading out loud. Okay. Anyway, chapter 12, The Casket. Behind the house at the Rue Facette, there was a garden, large, considering that it lay in the heart of a city, and to my recollection, at this day it seems pleasant. But time, like distance, lends to certain scenes an influence so softening, and where all is stone around, blank wall and hot pavement, how precious seems one shrub, how lovely an enclosed and planted spot of ground. There went a tradition that Madame Beck's house had in old days been a convent, that in years gone by, how long gone, how long gone by I cannot tell, but I think some centuries before the city had overspread this quarter, in what it was tilled ground and avenue, in such deep and leafy seclusion as ought to embosom, embosom a religious house, that something had happened on the site which, rousing fear and inflicting horror, had left to the place the inheritance of a ghost story. A vague tale went off of black and white nun, sometimes on some night or nights of the year, seen in some part of this vicinage. The ghost must have been built out some centuries. Sorry, the ghost must have been built out some ages ago. For there were houses all around now, but certain convent relics in the shape of old and huge fruit trees yet consecrated the spot, and at the foot of one, a Methuselah of a pear tree, dead all but a few boughs which still faithfully renewed their perfumed snow in spring, and their honey-sweet pendants in autumn. You saw, in scraping away the mossy earth between the half bared roots, a glimpse of slab, smooth, hard, and black. The legend went unconfirmed and unaccredited, but still propagated that this was the portal of a vault imprisoning deep beneath the ground, on whose surface grass grew and flowers bloomed, the bones of a girl whom a monkish conclave of the drearer Middle Ages had been buried alive for some sin against her vow. Her shadow it was that tremblers had feared through long generations after her poor frame was dust, her black robe and white veil that for timid eyes moonlight and shade had mocked, as they fluctuated in the night wind through the garden thicket. Independently of romantic rubbish, however, that old garden had its charms. On summer mornings I used to rise early to enjoy them alone, on summer evenings to linger solitary, to keep tryst with the rising moon, or taste one kiss of the evening breeze, or fancy rather than feel the freshness of dew descending. The turf was verdant, the gravelled walks were white, sunbright, nest nasturtiums clustered beautiful about the roots of the dotted orchard giants. There was a large berceau bouquet, above which spread the shade of an acacia. There was a smaller, more sequestered bower nestled in the vines which ran all along a high and grey wall, and gathered their tendrils in a knot of beauty, and hung their clusters in loving profusion about the favourite spot where jasmine and ivy met and married them. Doubtless, at high noon, in the broad, vulgar middle of the day, when Madame Beck's large school turned out rampant, and externes and pensioners were spread abroad, vying with the denizens of the boys' college close at hand, in the brazen exercise of their lungs and limbs. Doubtless then the garden was a trite, trodden down place enough. But at sunset, or the hour of salute, when the externes were gone home, and the boarders quiet at their studies, pleasant was it then to stray down the peaceful alleys and hear the bells of St. Jean Baptiste peal out with their sweet, soft, exalted sound. I was walking thus one evening, and had been detained farther within the verge of twilight than usual, by the still deepening calm, the mellow coolness, the fragrant breathing with which flowers no sunshine could win now answered the persuasion of the dew. I saw by a light in the oratory window that the Catholic household were then gathered to evening prayer, a rite from attendance on which I now and then, as a Protestant, exempted myself. "One moment longer," whispered Solitude and the summer moon. "Stay with us, all is truly quiet now. For another quarter of an hour your presence will not be missed. The day's heat and bustle have tired you. Enjoy these precious minutes." The windowless backs of houses built in this garden, and in particular the whole of one side, was skirted by the rear of a long line of premises, being the boarding houses of the neighbouring college. This rear, however, was all blank stone, with the exception of certain attic loopholes high up, opening from the sleeping rooms of the women servants, and also one casement in a lower story, said to mark the chamber or study of a master. But, though thus secure, an alley which ran parallel with the very high wall, on that side of the very high wall on that side the garden, was forbidden to be entered by the pupils. It was called, indeed, that, and any girl setting foot there would have rendered herself liable to as severe a penalty as the mild rules of Madame Beck's establishment permitted. Teachers might indeed go there with impunity, but as the walk was narrow, and the neglected shrubs were grown very thick and close on each side, weaving overhead a roof of branch and leaf, which the sun's rays penetrated but in rare checkers, this alley was seldom entered even during day, and after dusk was carefully shunned. From the first I was tempted to make an exception to this rule of avoidance. The seclusion, the very gloom of the walk attracted me. For a long time the fear of something singular scared me away, but by degrees, as people became accustomed to me and my habits, and to such shades of peculiarity as were ingrained in my nature, shades certainly not striking enough to interest, and perhaps not prominent enough to offend, but born in and with me, and no more to be parted with than my identity, by slow degrees I became a frequenter of this straight and narrow path. I made myself gardener of some tintless flowers that grew between its closely ranked shrubs. I cleared away the relics of past autumns, choking up a rustic seat at the far end. Borrowing of Cotton, the cuisinier. Sorry, hold on. That was my speaker. Alright, sorry about that. Where was I? Okay, yeah. The cuisinier, a pail of water and a scrubbing brush. I made the seat clean. Madame saw me at work and smiled approbation, whether sincerely or not, I don't know, but she seemed sincere. Voyez-vous? Cried she. I'm not reading that. Yes, I said, it is quiet and shady. Cried she with an air of bonté, and she kindly recommended me to confine myself to it as much as I chose, saying that as I was not charged with the surveillance, I need not trouble myself to walk with the pupils, only I might permit her children to come there to talk English with me. On the night in question, I was sitting on the hidden seat reclaimed from fungi and mold, listening to what seemed the far-off sounds of the city. Far off, in truth, they were not. The school was in the city centre, hence it was but 5 minutes' walk to the park. Scarce 10 the buildings of palatial splendour. Quite near were wide streets, brightly lit, teeming at this moment with life. Carriages were rolling through them to balls or to the opera. The same hour which tolled curfew for a convent, which extinguished each lamp and dropped the curtain round each couch, rang for the gay city about us, the summons to festal enjoyment. Of this contrast I thought not, however. Gay instincts my nature had few. Ball or opera I had never seen, and though often I had heard them described and even wished to see them, it was not the wish of one who hopes to partake of pleasure if she could only reach it, who feels fitted to shine in some bright distant sphere, could she but thither win her way. It was no yearning to attain, no hunger to taste, only the calm desire to look on a new thing. A moon was in the sky, not a full moon, but a young crescent. I saw her through a space in the boughs overhead. She and the stars visible beside her were no stranger, where all else was strange. My childhood knew them. I had seen that golden sign with that dark globe in its curve, leaning back on azure. Azure? I don't know. Azure, azure, same thing. Besides an old thorn at the top of an old field. In old England, in long past days, just as it now leaned back beside the stately spire in its continental capital. Oh, my childhood! I had feelings, passive as I lived, little as I spoke, cold as I looked. When I thought of past days, I could feel. About the present, it was better to be stoical. About the future, such a future as mine, to be dead, and in catalepsy and a dead trance. I studiously held the quick of my nature. At that time, I well remembered whatever could excite. Certain accidents of the weather, for instance, were almost dreaded by me, because they woke the being I was always lulling and stirred up a craving cry I could not satisfy. One night a thunderstorm broke, a sort of hurricane shook us in our beds. The Catholics rose in panic and prayed to their saints. As for me, the tempest took hold of me with tyranny. I was roughly roused and obliged to live. I got up and dressed myself, and creeping outside the casement close to by my bed, sat on its ledge, with my feet on the roof of a lower adjoining building. It was wet, it was wild, it was pitch dark. Within the dormitory they gathered round the night lamp in consternation, praying loud. I could not go in. Too resistless was the delight of staying with the wild hour, black and full of thunder, pealing out such an ode as language never delivered to man. Too terribly glorious, the spectacle of clouds, split and pierced by white and blinding bolts. I did long, achingly then, and for 24 hours afterwards, for something to fetch me out of my present existence, and lead me upwards and onwards. This longing, and all of this similar kind, it was necessary to knock on the head, which I did figuratively, after the manner of jail to Sisera, driving a nail through their temples. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know that illusion. Whoops. Unlike Sisera, they did not die. They were but transiently stunned, and at intervals would turn on the nail with a rebellious wrench. Then did the temples bleed, and the brain thrill to its core. Tonight, I was not so mutinous nor so miserable. My Cicero lay quiet in the tent, slumbering, and if his pain ached through his slumber, something like an angel, the ideal, knelt near, dropping balm on the soothed temples, holding before the sealed eyes a magic glass, of which the sweet, solemn visions were repeated in dreams, and shedding a reflex from her moonlight wings and robe over the transfixed sleeper, over the tent threshold, over all the landscape lying without. Jael, the stern woman, sat apart, relenting somewhat over her captive, but more prone to dwell on the faithful expectation of Heber coming home, by which words I mean that the cool peace and dewy sweetness of the night filled me with a mood of hope, not hope on any definite point, but a general sense of encouragement and heart ease. Should not such a mood, so sweet, so tranquil, so unwanted, have been the harbinger of good? Alas, no good came of it. Presently the rude real burst coarsely in, all evil groveling, the repellent as she too often is. Amid the intense stillness of that pile of stone overlooking the wall, the trees, the high wall, I heard a sound. A casement. All the windows here are casements opening on hinges. Creaked. Ere I had time to look up and mark where and which story, or by whom unclosed the tree overhead shook, as if struck by a missile, some object dropped prone at my feet. 9 was striking by St. John Baptiste's clock. Day was fading, but it was not dark. The crescent moon aided little, but the deep gilding of that point in heaven where the sun beamed last, and the crystalline clearness of a wide space above sustained the summer twilight. Even in my dark walk I could, by approaching an opening, have managed to read print of a small type. Easy was it to see then that the missile was a box. A small box of white and colored ivory. Its loose lid. So, just give me 1 second. I'm looking at something. Oh, my screen thingy froze. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that was whoopsie. Yeah, some of these words aren't exact to the actual book, but I honestly don't care. It's close enough. Anyway, sorry. Easy was it to see then that the missile was a small box of white and colored ivory. Its loose lid opened in my hand. Violets lay within. Violets smothering a closely folded bit of pink paper, a note superscribed. I wore indeed a dress of French grey. Good. Was this a billet doux? A thing I had heard of, but hitherto had not had the honor of seeing or handling? Was it this sort of commodity I held between my finger and thumb at this moment? Scarcely. I did not dream it for a moment. Suitor or admirer my very thoughts had not conceived. All the teachers had dreams of some lover, one. But she was naturally of a credulous turn, believed in a future husband. All the pupils above 14 knew of some prospective bridegroom. 2 or 3 were affianced by their parents, and had been so from childhood, put into the realm of feelings and hopes which such prospects open my speculations far less my presumptions, had never once had warrant to intrude. If the other teachers went into town or took a walk on the boulevards or only attended mass, they were very certain, according to the accounts brought back, to meet with some individual of the opposite sex, whose rapt, earnest gaze assured them of their power to strike and to attract. I can't say that my experience tallied with theirs in this respect. I went to church and I took walks, and am very well convinced that nobody minded me. There was not a girl or woman in the roof fossette who could not, and did not, testify to having received an admiring beam from our young doctor's blue eyes at one time or other. I am obliged, however humbling it may sound, to accept myself. As far as I was concerned, those blue eyes were guiltless and calm as the sky, to whose tint there seemed to kin. So it came to pass that I heard the others talk, wondered often at their gaiety, security, and self-satisfaction, but did not trouble myself to look up and gaze along the path that seemed so certain of treading. This, then, was no play doux, and it was in settled conviction to the contrary that I quietly opened it. Thus it ran, I translate: Angel of my dreams, 1,000 thanks for the promises kept. Scarcely did I venture to hope its fulfillment. I believed you, indeed, to be half in jest, and then you seemed to think the enterprise beset with such danger, the hour so untimely, the alley so strictly secluded often, you said, haunted by that dragon, the English teacher. Oh, that is crazy. And then there's more French. The reader will excuse my modesty in allowing this flattering sketch of my amiable self to retain the slight veil of the original tongue. You are aware, went on this precious effusion, that little Gustave, on account of his illness, has been removed to a master's chamber, that favorite chamber whose lattice overlooks your prison ground. There I, the best uncle in the world, am admitted to visit him. How tremblingly I approached the window and glanced into your Eden, an Eden for me, though a desert for you. How I feared my behold vacancy, or the dragon aforesaid, how my heart palpitated with delight when, through apertures and the envious bows, I at once caught the gleam of your graceful straw hat and the waving of your grey dress that I should recognize amongst 1,000. But why, my angel, will you not look up? Cruel to deny me one ray of those adorable eyes, how a single glance would have revived me. I write this in fiery haste, while the physician examines Gustave. I snatch an opportunity to enclose in it a small casket, together with a bouquet of flowers, the sweetest that blow, yet the less sweet than thee, my Peri, my all-charming, ever thine thou well knowest whom. I wish I did not know whom, was my comment, and the wish bore even closer reference to the person addressed in this choice document than to the writer thereof. Perhaps it was from the fiancé of one of the engaged pupils, and in that case there was no great harm done or intended, only a small irregularity. Several of the girls, the majority indeed, had brothers or cousins at the neighboring college, but something, here surely was a clue, a very confusing one. The straw hat was an ordinary garden head screen, common to a score besides myself. The grey dress hardly gave more definite indication. Madame Beck herself ordinarily wore a grey dress just now. Another teacher and 3 of the pensionnaires had grey dresses purchased of the same shade and fabric as mine. It was a sort of everyday wear which happened at the time to be in vogue. Sorry. I keep having to yawn, I'm not even gonna lie. Okay. Meanwhile, as I pondered, I knew I must go in. Lights moving in the dormitory announced that prayers were over and the pupils going to bed. Another half hour and all doors would be locked, all lights extinguished. The front door yet stood open to admit into the heated house the coolness of the summer night. From the portress's cabinet close by shone a lamp, showing the long vestibule with the two-leaved drawing-room doors on one side, the great street door closing the vista. All at once, quick rang the bell, quick but not loud, a cautious tinkle, a sort of warning metal whisper. Rosine darted from her cabinet and ran to open. The person she admitted stood with her 2 minutes in parley. Parley? There seemed a delay. Rosine came to the garden door, lamp in hand. She stood on the steps, lifting her lamp, looking around vaguely. Quel Conte? She cried with a coquettish laugh. Not even trying that one. Let me pass, pleaded a voice I knew. I asked but 5 minutes, and a familiar shape, tall and grand, as we of the Rue Fossette all thought issued from the house and strode down amongst the beds and walks. Oh, wrong page. Where was I? And walks. It was sacrilege, the intrusion of a man into that spot, at that hour, but he knew himself privileged, and perhaps he trusted to the friendly night. He wandered down the alleys, looking on this side and on that. He was lost in the shrubs, trampling flowers and breaking branches in his search. He penetrated at last the forbidden walk. There I met him, like some ghost, I suppose. Dr. John, it is found. He did not ask by whom, for with his quick eye he perceived that I held it in my hand. Do not betray her, he said, looking at me as if I were indeed a dragon. Were I ever so disposed to treachery? I cannot betray what I do not know, was my answer. Read the note, and you will see how little it reveals. Perhaps you have read it, I thought to myself, and yet I could not believe he wrote it. That could hardly be his style. Besides, I was fool enough to think there would be a degree of hardship in his calling me such names. His own look vindicated him. He grew hot and colored as he read. This is indeed too much. This is cruel. This is humiliating, were the words that fell from him. I thought it was cruel when I saw his countenance so moved. No matter whether he was to blame or not, somebody, it seemed to me, must be more to blame. What shall you do about it? He inquired of me. Shall you tell Madame Beck what you have found? And cause a stir in Esclandre? I thought I ought to tell, and said so, adding that I did not believe there would be either stir or Esclandre. Esclandre? I don't know. I'm assuming that means escalation. Madame was much too prudent to make a noise about an affair of that sort connected with her establishment. He stood looking down and meditating. He was both too proud and too honorable to entreat my secrecy on a point which duty evidently commanded me to communicate. I wished to do right, yet loath to grieve or injure him. Just then, Rosine glanced out through the open door. She could not see us, though between the trees I could plainly see her. Her dress was gray, like mine. This circumstance, taken in connection with prior transaction, suggested to me that perhaps the case, however deplorable, was one in which I was under no obligation whatever to concern myself. Accordingly, I said, if you can assure me that none of Madame Beck's pupils are implicated in this business, I shall be very happy to stand aloof from all interference. Take the casket, the bouquet, and the billet. Billet? For my part, I gladly forget the whole affair. Look there, he whispered suddenly as his hand closed on what I offered, and at the same time he pointed through the bows. I looked. Behold Madame, in shawl, wrapping gown, and slippers, softly descending the steps, and stealing like a cat round the garden. In 2 minutes she would have been upon Dr. John. if she were like a cat. However, he quite as much resembled a leopard. Nothing could be lighter than his tread where he chose. He watched, and as she turned a corner, he took the garden at toys. Jesus. He took the garden at two noiseless bounds. She reappeared, and he was gone. Rosine helped him, instantly interposing the door between him and his huntress. I too might have got away, but I preferred to meet Madame openly. Though it was my frequent and well-known custom to spend twilight in the gardens, yet never till now had I remained so late. Full sure was I that Madame had missed was come in search of me, and designed now to pounce on the defaulter unawares. I expected a reprimand. No, Madame was all goodness. She tendered not even a remonstrance. She testified no shade of surprise, with that consummate tact of hers, in which I believe she was never surpassed by a living thing. She even professed merely to have issued forth to taste something, la brise du soir. Quelle belle nuit, cried she, looking up at the stars. The moon was now gone down behind the broad tower of Jean Baptiste. I'm not trying this French at all, and instead of sending me in, she detained me to take a few turns with her down the principal alley. When at last we both re-entered, she leaned affably on my shoulder by way of support, and mounting the front door steps and parting her cheek was presented to my lips. At parting, her cheek was presented to my lips. Bonsoir, my bonne amie, dormez bien, was her kindly adieu for the night. I caught myself smiling as I lay awake and thoughtfully on my couch, smiling at Madame. The unction, the suavity of her behavior offered, for one who knew her, a sure token that suspicion of some kind was busy in her brain. From some aperture or summit of observation, through parted bow or open window, she had doubtless caught a glimpse, remote or near, deceptive or instructive, of that night's transactions. Finely accomplished as she was in the art of surveillance, it was not too impossible that a casket could be thrown into her garden, or an interloper could cross her walks to seek it. Without that, she, in shaken branch, passing shade on wonted footfall or stilly murmur, and though Dr. John had spoken very low in the few words he dropped me, yet the hum of his man's voice pervaded, I thought, the whole conventual ground. Without, I say, that she should have caught intimation of things extraordinary transpiring on her premises. What things she might by no means see, or at the time be able to discover, but a delicious little raveled plot lay tempting her to disentanglement, and in the midst, folded round and round in cobwebs. Had she not secured Miss Lucy, clumsily involved like the foolish fly she was? Okay, I'm taking a break. I'll be back in like, I don't know, 5 minutes. 5 minutes or something. Okay, I'm back. Yay. Okay, chapter 13. A sneeze out of season. Oh, I made the font bigger because I'm holding my phone away from me a little bit and I can't see shit. So, yeah. Oh, I got a yawn again. Oh my god, bro. Every time I read out loud, I swear I start yawning. It's so annoying. Okay, I got this. No yawning. I'm lying. I'm definitely gonna yawn. Okay. 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 There's whatever. Okay. Here we go. Whoops. Chapter 13. A sneeze out of season. I had occasion to smile, nay, to laugh at Madame again. Within the space of 4 and 20 hours, after after the little scene treated of in the last chapter, Villette, I'm assuming it's called Villette. I don't really know how else to say it. Sorry if I got that wrong. It's the name of the damn book, after all. Villette owns a climate as variable, though not so human, as that of any English town. A night of high wind followed upon that soft sunset, and all the next day was one of dry storm, dark, beclouded, yet rainless. The streets were dim with sand and dust, whirled from the boulevards. I know not that even lovely weather would have tempted me to spend the evening time of study and recreation where I had spent it yesterday. My alley, and indeed all the walks and shrubs in the garden, had acquired a new, but not a pleasant interest. Their seclusion was now become precarious, their calm insecure. That casement which rained billets had vulgarized the once dear nook it overlooked, and elsewhere the eyes of the flowers had gained vision, and the knots in the trebles, trebles, listened like secret ears. Some plants there were, indeed, trodden down by Dr. John in his hasty and heedless progress, which I wished to prop up, water, and revive. Some footmarks, too, he had left on the beds, but these, in spite of the strong wind, I found a moment's leisure to efface very early in the morning, ere common eyes had discovered them. With a pensive sort of content, I sat down to my desk in my German, while the pupils settled to their evening lessons and the other teachers took up their needlework. The scene of etude du soir was always the refectory, a much smaller apartment than any of the three classes or schoolrooms, for here none save the boarders were ever admitted, and these numbered only a score. 2 lamps hung from the ceiling over the 2 tables. These were lit at dusk, and their kindling was the signal for school books being set aside. A grave demeanor assumed. General silence enforced, and then commenced. La lecture puce? This said lecture puce was, I soon found, mainly designed as a wholesome mortification of the intellect, a useful humiliation of the reason, and such a dose for common sense as she might digest at her leisure, and thrive on as she best could. The book brought out, it was never changed, but when finished, recommenced, was a venerable volume, old as the hills, grey as the Hotel de Ville. I would have given 2 francs for the chance of getting that book once into my hands. Turning over the sacred yellow leaves, ascertaining the title, and pursuing with my own eyes the enormous figments which, as an unworthy heretic, it was only permitted me to drink in with my bewildered ears. This book contained legends of the saints. Good God, I speak these words reverently. What legends they were. What gasconading rascals those saints must have been. If they first boasted these exploits or invented these miracles, these legends, however, were no more than monkish extravagances over which one laughed. Inwardly there were, besides, priestly matters. Oh, and the priestcraft of the book was far worse than its monkery. The ears burned on each side of my head as I listened. Perforce? Perforce? The tales of moral martyrdom inflicted by Rome, the dread boasts of confessors who had wickedly abused their office, trampling to deep degradation high-born ladies, making of countesses and princesses the most tormented slaves under the sun. Stories like that of Conrad and Elizabeth of Hungary recurred again and again, with all its dreadful viciousness, sickening tyranny, and black impiety. Tales that were nightmares of oppression, privation, and agony. I set out this lecture piece for some nights, as well as I could, and as quietly too, only once breaking off the points of my scissors by involuntarily sticking them somewhat deep in the wormy and board of the table before me. But at last, it made me so burning hot, and my temples and my heart and my wrists throbbed so fast, and my sleep afterward was so broken with excitement, that I could sit no longer. Prudence recommended henceforward a swift clearance of my person from the place. The moment that guilty old book was brought out, no mouse Hedwig ever felt a stronger call to take up her testimony against Sergeant Bothwell than I to speak my mind in this matter of the popish lecture puce. However, I did manage somehow to curb and rein in, and though always, as soon as Rosine, I'm going with Rosine, came to light the lamps, I shot from the room quickly. Yet also I did it quietly, seizing that vantage moment given by the little bustle before the dead silence, and vanishing whilst the boarders put their books away. When I vanished, it was into darkness. Candles were not allowed to be carried about, and the teacher who forsook the rectory had only the unlit hall, schoolroom, or bedroom as a refuge. In winter I sought the long classes and paced them fast to keep myself warm. Fortunate if the moon shone, and if there were only stars, soon reconciled to their dim gleam, or even to the total eclipse of their absence. In summer, it was never quite dark, and then I went upstairs to my own quarter of the long dormitory, opened my own casement. That chamber was lit by 5 casements large as great doors, and leaning out, looked forth upon the city, beyond the garden, and listened to band music from the park or the palace square, thinking meantime my own thoughts, living my own life in my own still shadow world. This evening, fugitive as usual before the Pope and his works, I mounted the staircase. Oh, I get it. Okay, sorry. This evening, fugitive as usual before the Pope and his works, I mounted the staircase, approached the dormitory. Approached the dormitory and quietly opened the door, which was always kept carefully shut, and which, like every other door in this house, revolved noiselessly on well-oiled hinges. Before I felt that life was in the great room, usually void. Not that there was either stir or breath, or rustle of sound. But vacuum lacked, solitude was not at home. All the white beds, the Lichtstange, as they were poetically termed, lay visible at a glance. All were empty. No sleeper reposed therein. The sound of a drawer cautiously slid out struck my ear. Stepping a little to one side, my vision took a free range, unimpeded by falling curtains. I now commanded my own bed and my own toilet, with a locked work-box upon it, and locked drawers underneath. Very good. Very good. A dumpy, motherly little body and decent shawl and the cleanest of possible nightcaps stood before this toilet. Hard at work, apparently doing me the kindness of tidying out the bugle. Okay, so tidying up the marble. Open stood the lid of the workbox. Opened the top drawer. Duly and impartially was each succeeding drawer opened in turn. Not an article of their contents, but was lifted and unfolded, not a paper, but was glanced over, not a little box, but was unlidded. And beautiful was the adroitness, exemplary the care with which the search was accomplished. Madame wrought at it like a true star, unhasting yet unresting. I will not deny that it was with secret glee I watched her. Had I been a gentleman, I believe Madame would have found favor in my eyes. She was so handy, neat, thorough, thorough in all she did. Some people's movements provoked the soul by their loose awkwardness, hers satisfied by their trim compactness. I stood, in short, fascinated, but it was necessary to make an effort to break this spell. A retreat must be beaten. The searcher might have turned and caught me. There would have been nothing for it then but a scene, and she and I would have had to come all at once, with a sudden clash, to a thorough knowledge of each other. Down would have gone conventionalities, away swept disguises, and I should have looked into her eyes and she into mine. We should have known that we could work together no more, and parted in this life forever. Where was the use of tempting such a catastrophe? Oh, okay. Of tempting such a catastrophe, I was not angry and had no wish in the world to leave her. I could hardly get another employer whose yoke would be so light and so easy of carriage, and truly I liked Madame for her capital sense. Whatever I might think of her principles, as to her system, it did me no harm. She might work me with it to her heart's content. Nothing would come of the operation. Loverless and inexpectant of love, I was as safe from spies in my heart poverty as the beggar from thieves in his destitution of purse. I turned then and fled, descending the stairs with progress as swift and soundless as that of the spider, which at the same instant ran down the banister. How I laughed when I reached the schoolroom. I knew now she had certainly seen Dr. John in the garden. I knew what her thoughts were. The spectacle of a suspicious nature so far misled by its own inventions, tickled me so much. Yet as left died, a kind of wrath smote me, and then bitterness followed. It was the rock struck and Meribah's waters gushing out. I never had felt so strained and contradictory an inward tumult as I felt for an hour that evening. Soreness and laughter and fire and grief shared my heart between them. I cried hot tears, not because Madame mistrusted me. I did not care twopence for her mistrust, but for other reasons. Complicated, disquieting thoughts broke up the whole repose of my nature. However, the turmoil subsided. Next day I was again Lucy Snow. I don't know, side note, I don't know, half the illusions in this book, I'm not gonna lie. Um, if they're religious, I absolutely don't know them. If there's something else, I'm just not educated on them, I guess. Okay. Anyway, back to the story. On revisiting, on revisiting my drawers, I found them all securely locked. The closest subsequent examination could not discover change or apparent disturbance in the position of one object. My few dresses were folded, and I had left them. A certain little bunch of white violets that had once been silently presented to me by a stranger to me, for we had never exchanged words, in which I had dried and kept it for its sweet perfume between the folds of my best dress, lay there unstirred. My black silk scarf, my lace chemisette, 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 and collars were unrumpled. Had she creased one solitary article, I own I should have felt much greater difficulty in forgiving her. But finding all straight and orderly, I said, "Let bygones be bygones. I am unharmed. Why should I bear malice?" Yeah, I probably should have waited for the pause in the chapter to say anything, but I didn't really know it was coming up. I'm not gonna lie. Anyway, I'm getting bored of this view in this game, so I want to go elsewhere. Um, I don't, give me give me a second. Okay. No, I want to go back. Oh, wait, do I have to go this way? No, I don't want to fish. Y'all, I swear I know how to play this game. I don't know why it's not letting me go. There we go. Sorry. Alright, let's see. Where have I never been? That's unknown. What do I like? What do I like? Where's Craggy Reef? Is that one of those? Hold on. He has nothing for me. I don't think I can buy anything either right now. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Okay. If I not call it here, this is the wrong place. I'm assuming the game hasn't got a link card or whatever it is. Alright, anyway, let's go here. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Sorry about that. Oh, whoops. Okay. Back to reading. Finish this chapter and stuff. A thing there was which puzzled myself, and I sought in my brain a key to that riddle almost as sedulously as Madame had sought a guide to useful knowledge in my toilet drawers. How was it that Dr. John, if he had not been accessory to the dropping of that casket into the garden, should have known that it was dropped, and appeared so promptly on the spot to seek it? So strong was the wish to clear up this point that I began to entertain this daring suggestion, which may I not, in case I should ever have the opportunity, ask Dr. John himself to explain this coincidence. And so long as Dr. John was absent, I really believed I had courage to test him with such a question. Little Georgette was now convalescent, and her physician accordingly made his visits very rare. Indeed, he would have ceased them altogether had not Madame insisted on his giving an occasional call till the child should be quite well. She came into the nursery one evening just after I had listened to Georgette's lisped and broken prayer, and had put her to bed. Taking the little one's hand, she said something in French, and presently afterward, looking at me with a quicker glance than was habitual to her quiet eye, "Le Docteur John, something, 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 something." Of course she knew this better than any other person in the house. "Well," she continued, "I'm going out. More French. I shall call on Dr. John and send him to the child. I will that he sees her this evening. Her cheeks are flushed. Her pulse is quick. You will receive him. For my part, I shall be from home." Now the child was well enough, only warm with the warmth of July. Oh, it's July in real life too. It was scarcely less needful to send for a priest to administer extreme unction than for a doctor to prescribe a dose. Also, Madame rarely made courses, as she called them, in the evening. Moreover, this was the first time she had chosen to absent herself on the occasion of a visit from Dr. John. The whole arrangement indicated some plan. This I saw, but without the least anxiety. "Ha ha, madame," laughed light-hearted the beggar, "your crafty wits are on the wrong tack." She departed, attired very smartly in a shawl of price and a certain chapeau vert tender, hazardous as to its tint for any complexion less fresh than her own, but to her not unbecoming. I wondered what she intended, whether she really would send Dr. John or not, or whether indeed he would come. He might be engaged. Madame had charged me not to let Georgette sleep till the doctor came. I had therefore sufficient occupation in telling her nursery tales and palavering the little language for her benefit. I affected Georgette. She was a sensitive and a loving child. To hold her in my lap or carry her in my arms was to me a treat. Tonight she would have me lay my head on the pillow of her crib. She even put her little arms round my neck. Her clasp and the nestling action with which she pressed her cheek to mine made me almost cry with a tender pain. Feeling of Feeling of no kind abounded in that house. The pure little drop from the purest little source was too sweet. It penetrated deep and subdued the heart, and sent a gush to the eyes. Half an hour or an hour passed. Georgette murmured in her soft lisp that she was growing sleepy. And you shall sleep, thought I. If something about her mom and some medicine, if they're not here in 10 minutes. Yeah, quick side note yet again. I know that I'm missing out since I don't know the French and stuff. And I'm not gonna try and read it all and butcher it to shit. But yeah, okay, sorry. I don't know French. Not really. Hark, there was the ring, and there the tread, astonishing the staircase by the fleetness with which it left the steps behind. Rosine introduced Dr. John, and with a freedom of manner not altogether peculiar to himself, but characteristic of the domestics of Villette generally, she stayed to hear what he had to say. Madame's presence would have awed her back to her own realm, of that the vestibule and the cabinet. For mine, or that of any other teacher or pupil, she cared not a jot. Smart, trim, and pert she stood, a hand in each pocket of her grey grisette apron, eyeing Dr. John with no more fear or shyness than if he had been a picture instead of a living gentleman. French. I will attempt this one, maybe. Le marmot ne rien ne se passe, said she, indicating Georgette with a jerk of her chin. Passe coupe, was the answer, as the doctor hastily scribbled with his pen some harmless prescription. Eh bien, pursued Rosine, approaching him quite near while he put up his pencil. In the box, did you get it? Monsieur went off like a coup de vent the other night, and I had not time to ask him. I found it, yes. And who threw it then? Continued Rosine, speaking quite freely, the very words I should so much have wished to say, but had no address or courage to bring it out. How short some people make the road to a point which for others seemed unattainable. That may be my secret, rejoined Dr. John briefly, but with no sort of hauteur. He seemed quite to understand the Rosine or Grisette character. My Sinfin, continued she, nothing abashed. Monsieur knew it was thrown, since he came to seek it. How did he know? I was attending a little patient in the college near, said he, and saw it dropped out of his chamber window, and so came to pick it up. How simple the whole explanation. The note had alluded to a physician as then examining Gustave. Akia, Asia? I don't know. Pursued Rosine. Some more French. More French. Pas plus que sur ma main, responded the doctor, showing his palm. Quel dommage, responded the grisette. More French. Yet again more French, was the doctor's cool rejoinder. She pouted. The doctor could not help laughing at the sort of move she made. When he laughed, he had something peculiarly good-natured and genial in his look. I saw his hand incline to his pocket. How many times have you opened the door for me within this last month? He asked. Monsieur ought to have kept count of that, said Rosine quite readily. As if I had not something better to do, rejoined he, but I saw him give her a piece of gold, which she took unscrupulously, and then danced off to answer the doorbell, ringing just now every 5 minutes as the various servants came to fetch the half-boarders. The reader must not think too hardly of Rosine. On the whole, she was not a bad sort of person, and had no idea there could be any disgrace in grasping at whatever she could, or in any effrontery in chattering like a pie to the best gentleman in Christendom. I had learned something from the above scene besides what connected the ivory box, that not on the robe de jaconas, pink or gray, nor yet on the frilled and brocaded apron, lay the blame of breaking Dr. John's heart. These items of array were obviously guiltless as Georgette's little blue tunic. So much the better. But who, then, was the culprit? What was the ground? What the origin? What the perfect explanation of the whole business? Some points had been cleared, but how many yet remained obscure as night? However, I said to myself, it is no affair of yours, and turning from the face in which I had been unconsciously dwelling with a questioning gaze, I looked through the window which commanded the garden below. Dr. John, meantime, standing by the bedside, was slowly drawing on his gloves and watching his little patient as her eyes closed and her rosy lips parted in coming sleep. I waited till he should depart as usual, with a quick bow and scarce articulate good night. Just as he took his hat, my eyes fixed on the tall houses bounding the garden, saw the one lattice, already commemorated, cautiously opened forth from the aperture, projected a hand and a white handkerchief. Both waved. I know not whether the signal was answered from some viewless quarter of our own dwelling, but immediately after there fluttered from the lattice a falling object, white and light, Villette the second, of course. There, I ejaculated involuntarily. Where? Asked Dr. John with energy, making direct for the window. What is it? They have gone and done it again, was my reply. A handkerchief waved, and something fell, and I pointed to the lattice, now closed and looking hypocritically blank. Go at once, pick it up and bring it here, was his prompt direction, adding, nobody will take notice of you. I should be seen. Wow, Dr. John. Straight I went. After some little search, I found a folded paper lodged on the lower branch of a shrub. I seized and brought it direct to Dr. John. This time I believe not even Rosine saw me. He instantly tore the bill into small pieces without reading it. It is not in the least her fault, you must remember, he said, looking at me. Whose fault? I asked. Who is it? You don't know yet. You don't yet know, then. Not in the least. Have you no guess? None. If I knew you better, I might be tempted to risk some confidence, and thus secure you as guardian over a most innocent and excellent, but somewhat inexperienced being. As a duenna? Duenna? I asked. Yes, said he abstractly. What snares are round her, he added musingly. And now, certainly for the first time, he exclaimed my face, anxious doubtless to see if any kindly expression there would warrant him in recommending to my care and indulgence some ethereal creature against whom powers of darkness were plotting. I felt no particular vocation to undertake the surveillance of ethereal creatures, but recalling the scene at the bureau, it seemed to me that I owed him a good turn. If I could help him, then I would, and it lay not with me to decide how. With as little reluctance as might be, I intimated that I was willing to do what I could towards taking care of any persons in whom he might be interested. I am no farther interested than as a spectator, said he with a modesty admirable, as I thought, to witness. I happen to be acquainted with the rather worthless character of the person who, from the house opposite, has now twice invaded the sanctity of this place. I have also met the society, the object at whom these vulgar attempts are aimed. Her exquisite superiority and innate refinement ought, one would think, to scare impertinence from her very idea. It is not so, however, and innocent, unsuspicious as she is, I would guard her from evil if I could. In person, however, I can do nothing. I cannot come near her. He paused. Well, I am willing to help you, said I. Only tell me how. And busily in my own mind, I ran over the list of our inmates, seeking this paragon, this pearl of great price, this gem without flaw. It must be Madame, I concluded. She only amongst us all has the art even to seem superior, but as to being unsuspicious, inexperienced, and see, I think that means etc. Dr. John need not distract himself with that about that. However, this is just his whim, and I will not contradict him. He shall be humored, his angel shall be an angel. Just notify the quarter to which my care is to be directed, I continued gravely, chuckling, however, to myself over the thought of being set to chaperone Madame Beck or any of her pupils. Now Dr. John had a fine set of nerves, and he at once felt by instinct what no more coarsely constituted mind would have detected, namely, that I was a little amused at him. The color rose to his cheeks with half a smile. He turned and took his hat. He was going. My heart smote me. I will help you, said I eagerly. I will do I will do what you wish. I will watch over your angel. I will take care of her. Only tell me who she is. But you must know, said he then with earnestness, yet speaking very low. So spotless, so good, so unspeakably beautiful. Impossible that one house should contain two like her. I allude, of course. Here the latch of Madame Beck's chamber door, opening into the nursery, gave a sudden click, as if the hand holding it had been slightly convulsed. There was the suppressed explosion of an irrepressible sneeze. These little accidents will happen to the best of us. Madame, excellent woman, was then on duty. She had come home quietly, stolen upstairs on tiptoe. She was in her chamber. If she had not sneezed, she would have heard all, and so should I. But that unlucky sternutation routed Dr. John. While he stood aghast, she came forward, alert, composed, in the best yet most tranquil spirits. No novice to her habits, but would have thought she had just come in, and scouted the idea of her ear having been glued to the keyhole for at least 10 minutes. She affected to sneeze again, declared she was enrhumé, and then proceeded volubly to recount her courses and fiar. The prayer bell rang, and I left her with the doctor. Okay, another chapter down. This one, 15, 14, 15, 16, and 17 to go. Okay, I'm taking another break real quick. I'll be back soon. Hello, I'm back. This chapter, I'm going to be reading from the book. The text will still be on the screen. I just probably won't be, following along. Not that I'm really good at that anyway. But, yeah, I don't know. I feel like I just want to read from the book this time. I think this is a pretty long chapter. Yeah. Let's see. In the book, it's from, or at least the version I have, it's from pages 128 to 128. Hold on. Jeez. 128 to 157. That's like 30 pages. Okay. I'm gonna take a break, halfway through this thing or something like that. I don't know. Well, let me find a break. Hold on. I should have done this before I came back. Whoopsie. Let me find a break in this chapter where I could take a quick break at. Never mind. There's only one, and it's at the very beginning. We're just gonna read it straight through. Okay. Let's go, I guess. Okay. Okay. As soon as Georgette, off to a rough start, I'll say that. Oh, I dropped my bookmark. Damn. I'll get it after. As soon as Georgette was well, Madame sent her away into the country. I was sorry. I loved the child, and her loss made me poorer than before. But I must not complain. I lived in a house full of robust life. I might have had companions, and I chose solitude. Each of the teachers in turn made me overtures of special intimacy. I tried them all. One I found to be an honest woman, but a narrow thinker, a coarse feeler, and an egotist. The second was a Parisian? Yeah, the second was a Parisian, externally refined, at heart corrupt, without a creed, without a principle, without an affection. Having penetrated the outward crust of decorum in this character, he found a slough beneath. A slough? I think it's a slough beneath. She had a wonderful passion for presents, and in this point, the third teacher, a person otherwise characterless and insignificant, closely resembled her. This last named had also one other distinctive property, that of avarice, and her reigned the love of money for its own sake. The sight of a piece of gold would bring into her eyes a green glisten singular to witness. She once, as a mark of high favor, took me upstairs and opened a secret drawer, showed me a hoard, a mass of coarse large coins, about 15 guineas and 5-franc pieces. She loved this hoard as a bird loved its eggs. These were her savings. She would come and talk to me about them with an infatuated and persevering dotage, strange to behold in a person not yet 25. The Parisian, on the other hand, was prodigal and profligate in disposition, that is, as to action, I do not know. Oh, interesting. This has different text than the book does. I mean, I knew it did, but I didn't think it would be like that. Okay, I'll just read from the book, and it's fine. I'll switch one, whatever. You get it. That out very cautiously. A curious kind of reptile it seemed, judging latter quality, showed its snake head to me but once. Peering from the glimpse I got, its novelty whetted my curiosity. If it would have come out boldly, perhaps I might philosophically have stood my ground, and coolly surveyed the long thing from forked tongue to scaly tail tip, but it merely rustled in the leaves of a bad novel, and on encountering a hasty and ill-advised demonstration of wrath, recoiled and vanished, hissing she hated me from that day. The Parisian was always in debt, her salary being anticipated not only in dress, but in perfumes, cosmetics, confectionery, and condiments. What a cold, callous epicure she was in all things. I see her now, thin in face and figure, sallow in complexion, regular in features, with white teeth, lips like a thread, a large, prominent chin, a well-opened but frozen eye, of light at once craving and ingrate. She mortally hated work and loved what she called pleasure, being an insipid, heartless, brainless dissipation of time. Excuse me. Madame Beck knew this woman's character perfectly well. She once talked to me about her with an odd mixture of discrimination, indifference, and antipathy. I asked why she kept her in the establishment. She answered plainly, because it suited her interests to do so, and pointed out a fact I had already noticed, namely that Mademoiselle St. Pierre possessed, in an almost unique degree, the power of keeping order amongst her undisciplined ranks of scholars. A certain petrifying influence accompanied and surrounded her. Oh, that wasn't right. Wrong time. A certain petrifying influence accompanied and surrounded her, without passion, noise, or violence. She held them in check as a breezeless frost might still a brawling stream. She was of little use as far as communication of knowledge went, but for strict surveillance and maintenance of rules there she was invaluable. There's more French that I'm not even going to attempt. So admitted Madame frankly, but added with philosophy, more French I'm also not going to attempt. That is the end of that paragraph. Yeah, okay. A strange, frolicsome, noisy little world was this school. Great pains were taken to hide change with flowers. A subtle essence of Romanism pervaded every arrangement. Large sensual indulgence, so to speak, was permitted by way of counterpoise to jealous spiritual restraint. Each mind was being reared in slavery, but to prevent reflection from dwelling on this fact, every pretext was for physical recreation was seized and made the most of. There, as elsewhere, the Church strove to bring up her children robust in body, feeble in soul, fat, ruddy, hale, joyous, ignorant, unthinking, and questioning. Eat, drink, and live, she says. Look at your bodies, leave your souls to me. I hold their cure, guide their course, I guaranteed their final fate. A bargain in which every true Catholic deems himself a gainer. Lucifer just offers the same terms. All this power will I give thee, and the glory of it, for that is delivered unto me, and to whomever I will I give it. If thou therefore wilt worship me, all shall be thine. About this time, in the ripest glow of summer, Madame Beck's house became as merry a place as a school could well be. All day long, the broad folding doors and the two-leaved casements stood wide open. Settled sunshine seemed naturalized in the atmosphere. Clouds were far off, sailing away beyond sea, resting, no doubt, round islands such as England, that dear land of mist, but withdrawn wholly from the drier continent. We lived far more in the garden than under her roof. Classes were held and meals partaken of in the grand bestowed. Moreover, there was a note of holiday preparation, which almost turned freedom into license. The autumnal long vacation was but 2 months distant, but before that, a great day, an important ceremony, none other than the fête of Madame, awaited celebration. Okay. The conduct of this fête devolved chiefly on Mademoiselle St. Pierre, Madame herself being supposed to stand aloof, disinterestedly unconscious of what might be going forward in her honor. Especially she never in the least suspected that a subscription was annually levied on the whole school for the purchase of a handsome present. The polite tact of the reader will please to leave out of the account a brief, secret consultation on this point in Madame's own chambers. What will you do? What will you have this year? Was asked by her Parisian lieutenant. Oh, no matter. Let it alone. Let the poor children keep their francs. And Madame, looking benign and modest. The Saint Pierre would here protrude her chin. She knew Madame by heart. She always called her airs of bonté, de grimaces, grimaces. She never even professed to respect them one instant. Vite, she would say coldly, name the article. Shall it be jewelry or porcelain, haberdashery, or silver? Eh bien, deux ou trois, quillers et autant de fourchettes en argent, and the result was a handsome case containing 300 francs worth of plate. Ooh, that's a lot. The program of the fête day's proceedings compromised presentation of plate, collation in the garden, dramatic performance with pupils and teachers for actors, and a dance and supper. Very gorgeous seemed the effect of the whole to me, as I well remember. Zélie Saint-Pierre understood these things and managed them ably. The play was the main point, a month's previous drilling being there required. The choice, too, of the actors required knowledge and care. Wow, this page. In the book, it's like one long paragraph. My favorite. Then came lessons in elocution, in attitude, and then the fatigue of countless rehearsals. For all this, as many well be supposed, St. Pierre did not suffice. Other management, other accomplishments than hers were requisite here. They were supplied in the person of a master, M. Paul Emanuel, professor of literature. It was never my lot to be present at the histrionic lessons of M. Paul. Oh, that's like Monsieur Paul. Oh, I'm just going to call him M. Paul because I think it's funny. But I often saw him as he crossed the carré, a small hall between the dwelling house and schoolhouse. I heard him, too, in the warm evenings, lecturing with open doors in his name, with anecdotes of him resounded in one's ears from all sides. Especially our former acquaintance, Miss Ginevra Fanshawe. Ginevra. Is that not Ginevra? Ginevra Fanshawe, who had been selected to take a prominent part in the play, used in bestowing upon me a large portion of her leisure to lard her discourse with frequent allusions to his sayings and doings. She esteemed him hideously plain, and used to profess herself frightened almost into hysterics at the sound of his step or voice. A dark little man he certainly was. Pungent? Oh my lord. Pungent. Ignore me, I shouldn't be reading this book. Pungent and austere. Even to me he seemed a harsh apparition, with his close shorn black head, his broad sallow brow, his thin cheeks, his wide and quivering nostril, his thorough glance and hurried bearing. Irritable he was. One heard that as he apostrophized with vehemence the awkward squad under his orders. Sometimes he would break out on these raw amateur actresses with a passion of impatience at their falseness in conception, their coldness of emotion, their feebleness of delivery. Écoutez, he would cry, and then his voice rang through the premises like a trumpet. and while mimicking it came the small pipe of a Ginevra, a Matilda, or Blanche. One understand why a hollow groan of scorn or a fierce hiss of rage rewarded the tame echo. There's some French I'm not going to try to read. I heard him thunder. More French. Vain resolve, and when he at last found it was vain, he suddenly broke the whole business down. Hitherto he had been teaching them a grand tragedy. He tore the tragedy in morsels, and came next day with a compact little comic trifle. To this they took more kindly. He presently knocked it all into their smooth round pates. Their smooth round pates? I think that's how you say that. Mademoiselle St. Pierre always presided at Emma Manuel's lessons, and I was told that the polish of her manner, her seeming attention, her tact and grace impressed that gentleman very favorably. Favorably. She had indeed the art of pleasing, for a given time, whom she would, but the feeling would not last. In an hour it was dried like dew, vanished like gossamer. The day preceding Madame's fete was as much a holiday as the fete itself. It was devoted to clearing out, cleaning, arranging, and decorating the 3 schoolrooms. All within doors was the gayest bustle. Neither upstairs nor down could a quiet, isolated person find rest for the sole of her foot. Accordingly, for my part, I took refuge in the garden. The whole day did I wander or sit there alone, finding warmth in the sun, shelter among the trees, and a sort of companionship in my own thoughts. I well remember that I exchanged but 2 sentences that day with any living being. Not that I felt solitary, I was glad to be quiet. For a looker on, it sufficed to pass through the rooms once or twice. Observe what changes were being wrought, how a green room and a dressing room were being contrived. A little stage with scenery erected, how M. Paul Emmanuel, in conjunction with Mademoiselle St. Pierre, was directing all, and how an eager band of pupils, amongst them Ginevra, Fanshawe, were working gaily under his control. The great day arrived. The sun rose hot and unclouded, and hot and unclouded it burned on till evening. All the doors and all the windows were set open, which gave a pleasant sense of summer freedom, and freedom the most complete seemed indeed the order of the day. Teachers and pupils descended to breakfast in dressing gowns and curl papers, anticipating avec délices. Is that one word? No, it's 2. On my page, there's a line. The toilette of the evening, they seemed to take a pleasure in indulging that forenoon a luxury of slovenliness, like aldermen, fasting in preparation for a feast. About 9 o'clock a.m., an important functionary, the coiffeur, arrived. Sacrilegious to say, he fixed his headquarters in the oratory, and there, in presence of benetier, candle, and crucifix, solemnized the mysteries of his art. Each girl was summoned in turn to pass through his hands, emerging from them with head as smooth as a shell, intersected by faultless white lines, and wreathed about with Grecian. I know this word. I swear I know this word. I just don't know how to say it at the moment. With Grecian, I'm going with Grecian plates, and that shone as if lacquered. I took my turn with the rest, and could hardly believe what the glass said when I applied to it for information afterwards. The lavish garlandry of woven brown hair amazed me. I feared it was not all my own. and it required several convincing pulls to give assurance to the contrary. I then acknowledged in the coiffeur a first-rate artist, one who certainly made the most of indifferent materials. The oratory closed, the dormitory became the scene of ablutions, arrayings, and bedizenings, curiously elaborate. To me it was, and ever must be, an enigma, how they contrived to spend so much time in doing so little. The operation seemed close, intricate, prolonged, the result simple. A clear white muslin dress, a blue sash, the Virgin's colors, a pair of white or straw-colored kid gloves. Such was the gala uniform. To the assumption whereof that house full of teachers and pupils devoted 3 mortal hours. But, though simple, it must be allowed the array was perfect. Perfect in fashion, fit, and freshness. Every head being also dressed with exquisite nicety and a certain compact taste. Suiting the full, firm comeliness of Lebesicorian contours. I know that's not how you say that word because I've seen that word. Lebesicorian contours. Though too stiff for any more flowing and flexible style of beauty, the general effect was, on the whole, commendable. In beholding this diaphanous and snowy mass, I well remembered feeling myself to be a mere shadowy spot on a field of light. The courage was not in me to put on a transparent white dress, something thin I must wear, the weather in rooms being too hot to give substantial fabrics sufferance. So I had sought through a dozen shops till I lit upon a crepe-like material of purple-gray, the color, in short, of dun mist, lying on a moor in bloom. Mateleuse had kindly made it as well as she could. Oh, like your tailor, okay. Because as she judiciously observed, it was si triste, si peu voyant. Care in the fashion was the more imperative. It was well she took this view of the matter, for I had no flowers, no jewels to relieve it, and what was more, I had no natural rose of complexion. We become obvious of these deficiencies in the uniform routine of daily drudgery, but they will force upon us their unwelcome blank on those bright occasions when beauty should shine. I feel like I'm having a really hard time reading right now, if that wasn't obvious. Okay. However, in the same gown of shadow, I felt at home and at ease, an advantage I should not have enjoyed in anything more brilliant or striking. Madame Beck, too, kept me in countenance. Her dress was almost as quiet as mine, except that she wore a bracelet and a large brooch bright with gold and fine stones. We chanced to meet on the stairs, and she gave me a nod and smile of approbation. Approbation? Sorry, I lost my... Oh, not that she thought I was looking well, a point unlikely to engage her interest, but she considered me dressed convenablement, 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 deciment, and a lot, la convenance et la descendance were the 2 calm deities of Madame's worship. She even paused, laid on my shoulder her gloved hand, holding an embroidered and perfumed handkerchief, and confided to my ear a sarcasm on the other teachers, whom she had just been complimenting to their faces. Nothing so absurd, she said, as for des femmes mûres to dress themselves like girls of 15. There's some French there. I'm not reading it. Being dressed at least a couple of hours before anybody else, I felt a pleasure in betaking myself, not to the garden where servants were busy propping up long tables, placing seats, and spreading cloths in readiness for the collation, but to the schoolrooms, now empty, quiet, cool, and clean, their walls fresh stained, their planked floors fresh scored, and scarce dry, flowers fresh gathered adorning the recesses in pots and draperies, fresh hung, beautifying the great windows. Withdrawing to the first class, a smaller and neater room than the others, and taking from the glazed bookcase, of which I kept the key, a volume whose title promised some interest, I sat down to read. The glass doors of this class, or schoolroom, opened into the large berceau. Acacia boughs caressed its panes, and they stretched across to me a rose bush blooming by the opposite lintel. In this rose bush bees murmured, busy and happy. I commenced reading, just as the stilly hum, the embowering shade, the warm, lonely calm of my retreat, were beginning to steal meaning from the page. Vision from my eyes, and to lure me along the track of reverie, down into some deep dell of dreamland. Just then, the sharpest ring of the street doorbell to which that much tired instrument had ever thrilled snatched me back to consciousness. Now the bell had been ringing all the morning, as workmen or servants or coiffeurs or Toulouse went and came on their several errands. Moreover, there was good reason to expect it would ring all that afternoon, since about 100 externes were yet to arrive, and carriages are fiacres, fiacres. Nor could it be expected to rest during the evening, when parents and friends would gather thronging to the play. I lost my place. Oh, there we go. Under these circumstances, a ring, even a sharp ring, was a matter of course. Yet this particular appeal had an accent of its own, which chased my dream and startled my book from my knee. I was stooping to pick up this last one, firm, fast, straight, right on through vestibule, a long corridor, across carré, through first division, second division, grand Sally, strode a step, quick, regular, intent. The closed doors of the first class, my sanctuary, offered no obstacle. It burst open, and a peltot and a bonnet grec filled the void. Also 2 eyes, first vaguely struck upon, and then hungrily dived into me. Cecilia, said a voice. There's French here, and I'm not reading it. Then, with a certain stern politeness, I suppose he thought I had not caught the drift of his previous uncivil mutterings, and in a jargon that most execrable that ever was heard. Niece, play you must. I am planted there. What can I do for you, M. Paul Emmanuel? I inquired, for M. Paul Emmanuel it was, and in a state of no little excitement. Play you must. I will not have you shrink, or frown, or make you the prude. I read your skull that night you came. I see your moyens. Play you can, play you must. But how, M. Paul? What do you mean? There is no time to be lost, he went on now, speaking in French. And let us thrust to the wall all reluctance, all excuses, all minauderies. You must take part. In the vaudeville? In the vaudeville, you have said it. I gasped, horror-struck. What did the little man mean? Listen, he said. The case shall be stated, and you shall then answer me, yes or no, and according to your answer shall I ever after estimate you. The scarce suppressed impetus of a most irritable nature glowed in his cheeks. Fed with sharp shafts his glances. Nature, the injudicious, the mawkish, the hesitating, the sullen, the affected, above all, the unyielding, might quickly render violent and implacable. Silence and attention was the best balm to apply. I listened. I'm going to take a quick break. Okay, I'm back. Oh, my screen mirroring went off. Hold on. Sorry about that. Okay, I got it back. Give me a second to get back. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. I don't remember where I was. So, let me see if I can find out, if I can remember. Okay. I'm just gonna start from here, and if I miss something, I really don't care. Well, I shouldn't say that. This is what I remember being at. The scarce suppressed impetus of a most irritable nature glowed in his cheek. Fed with sharp shafts, his glances, a nature, the injurious, oh yeah, I read that. Silent, Alright, I think I know where I was. Silence and attention was the best balm to apply. I listened. The whole matter is going to fail, he began. Luis Vander... Oh my god. Vander Kelkov has fallen ill. At least so her ridiculous mother asserts. For my part, I feel sure she might play if she would. It asserts for my... Oh wait. It is only goodwill that lacks. She was charged with a role, as you know, or do not know. It is equal. Without that role, the play is stopped. There are now but a few hours in which to learn. Not a girl in this school would hear reason and accept the task. Forsooth, it is not an interesting, not an amiable part. Their vile amour propre, that base quality of which women have so much, would revolt from it. Englishwomen are either the best or the worst of their sex. Do you say que je les déteste comme la peste ordinairement? Of this between his recreant teeth, I apply to an Englishwoman to rescue me. What is her answer? What is her answer? Yes or no? 1,000 objections rushed into my mind. The foreign language, the limited time, the public display, inclination recoiled, ability faltered, self-respect, that vile quality, trembled. No, said all these, but looking up at M. Paul, and seeing in his vexed, fiery, and searching eye a sort of appeal behind all its menace, my lips dropped the word we. For a moment his rigid countenance relaxed with a quiver of content, quickly bent up again, however, he went on. We beat Raj. Here is the book. Here is your role. Read. As I read, he did not comment. At some passages he scowled and stamped. He gave me a lesson I diligently imitated. It was a disagreeable part, a man's, an empty-headed fop's. One could put into it neither heart nor soul. I hated it. Okay. I hated it. The play, a mere trifle, ran chiefly on the efforts of a brace of rivals to gain the hand of a fair coquette. One lover was called the Hours, a good and gallant but unpolished man, a sort of diamond in the rough. The other was a butterfly, a talker, and a traitor, and I was to be the butterfly, talker, and traitor. I did my best, which was bad, I know. It provoked M. Paul. He fumed. Putting both hands to the work, I endeavored to do better than my best. I presumed he gave... Sorry, I just turned my mic off. Whoopsie. I presume he gave me credit for good intentions. I presume he gave me credit for good intentions. He professed to be partially content. Sa'ira, he cried, and as voices began sounding from the garden, and white dresses fluttering among the trees, he added, You must Withdraw. You must be alone to learn this. Come with me. Without being allowed time or power to deliberate, I found myself in the same the same breath conveyed along as in a species of whirlwind. Upstairs, up two pairs. I gotta restart that paragraph. Without being allowed time or power to deliberate, I found myself in the same breath convoyed along as in a species of whirlwind, upstairs, up two pair of stairs, nay, actually up three, for this fiery little man seemed as by instinct to know his way everywhere. Fear. I think it's fiery, but isn't that fiery? This fiery little man? It's gotta be fiery. This fiery. To the solitary and lofty attic was I borne, put in and locked in, the key being on the door, and that key he took with him and vanished. That is crazy. He just locked her in a closet or attic. Oh, I'm gonna see how to pronounce this because it keeps popping up. I'm not doing this like with anything else, by the way. Just this one word. Oh yeah, it is fiery. Okay. I didn't want to seem that stupid. Okay, where was I? Okay. The attic was no pleasant place. I believe he did not know how unpleasant it was, or he never would have locked me in with so little ceremony. In this summer weather, it was hot as Africa, as in winter. It was always cold as Greenland. Boxes and lumber filled it. Old dresses draped its unstained wall, cobwebs in its unswept ceiling. Well, was it known to be tenanted by rats, by black beetles, and by cockroaches? Nay, rumor affirmed that the ghostly nun of the garden had once been seen here. A partial darkness obscured one end, across which, as for deeper mystery, an old russet curtain was drawn, by way of screen to a somber band of winter cloaks, pendant each from its pins, like a malefactor from his gibbet. From amongst these cloaks, and behind that curtain, the nun was said to issue. I did not believe this, nor was I troubled by apprehension thereof. But I saw a very dark and large rat with a long tail come gliding out from that squalid alcove, and moreover my eyes fell on many a black beetle dotting the floor. These objects discomposed me more, perhaps, than it would be wise to say, as also did the dust, lumber, and stifling heat of the place. The last inconvenience would soon have become intolerable had I not found means to open and prop up the skylight, thus admitting some freshness. Underneath this aperture, I pushed a large empty chest, and having mounted upon it a smaller box, and wiped from both the dust, I gathered my dress, my best the reader must remember, and therefore a legitimate object of care, fastidiously around me, ascended this species of extempore throne, and being seated, commenced the acquisition of my task, while I learned, not forgetting to keep a sharp lookout on the black beetles and cockroaches, of which more even, I believe, than of the rats I sat in mortal dread. I would hate that. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, sympathy for Lucy Snow. I would hate that so much. Okay, anyway, continuing on. My impression at first was that I had undertaken what it really was impossible to perform, and I simply resolved to do my best and be resigned to fail. I soon found, however, that one part in so short a piece was not more than memory could master at a few hours' notice. I learned and learned on, first in a whisper and then aloud. Perfectly secure from human audience, I acted my part before the garret vermin, entering into its emptiness, frivolity, and falsehood, with a spirit inspired by scorn and impatience. I took my revenge on this fat by making him as fastidious as I possibly could. In this exercise the afternoon passed, Day began to glide into evening, and I, who had eaten nothing since breakfast, grew excessively hungry. Now I thought of the collation, which doubtless they were just then devouring in the garden far below. I had seen in the vestibule a basketful of small pâtés à la crème, that which nothing in the whole range of cookery seemed to me better. A pat or a square of cake, it seemed to me, would come very apropos, and as my relish for these dainties increased, it began to appear somewhat hard that I should pass in my holiday fasting and in prison. Remote as was the attic from the street door and vestibule, yet the ever-tinkling bell was faintly audible here, and also the ceaseless roll of wheels on the tormented pavement. I knew that the house and garden were thronged, and that all was gay and glad below, but it began to grow dusk. The beetles were fading from my sight. I trembled lest they should steal on me a march, mount my throne unseen and unsuspected, invade my skirts, impatient and apprehensive. I recommenced the rehearsal of my part merely to kill time. Just as I was concluding, the long-delayed rattle of the key in the lock came to my ear. No unwelcome sound. M. Paul. I could just see through the dust that it was M. Paul, for light enough still lingered to show the velvet blackness of his close-shorn head, and the swallow ivory of his brow looked in. Brava, cried he, holding the door open and remaining at the threshold. J'ai tout entendu, c'est bien encore. A moment I hesitated. Encore, said he sternly. At point de grimaces abasse la timidite. Again I went through the part, but not half so well as I had spoken it alone. And fin el lasate, said he, dissatisfied, and one cannot be fastidious or exacting under the circumstances. Then he added, you may yet have 20 minutes for preparation. Au revoir, as he was going. Monsieur, I called out, taking courage. Eh bien, c'est mademoiselle? J'ai bien faim. Comment vous avez faim? At la collation? I know nothing about it. I have not seen it. Shut up here. Ah, c'est vrai, cried he. In a moment my throne was abdicated, the attic evacuated, and an inverse repetition of the impetus which had brought me up into the attic instantly took me down to the very kitchen. I thought I should have gone to the cellar. The cook was imperatively ordered to produce food, and I, as imperatively, was commanded to eat. To my great joy, this food was limited to coffee and cake. I had feared wine and sweets, which I did not like. How he guessed that I should like a petit pat à la crème, I cannot tell, but he went out and procured me one from some quarter. With considerable willingness I ate and drank, keeping the petit pâté to the last, as a bon boucher. M. Paul superintended my repast, and almost forced upon me more than I could swallow. A la bon huere, he cried when I signified that I really could take no more, and with uplifted hands implored to be spared the additional roll on which he had just spread butter. You will set me down as a species of tyrant and Bluebeard, starving woman in a garret, whereas after all I am no such thing. Now, mademoiselle, do you feel courage and strength to appear? I said I thought I did, though in truth I was perfectly confused and could hardly tell how I felt. But this little man was of the order of beings who must not be opposed, unless you possessed on all dominant force sufficient to crash him at once. Come then, said he, offering his hand. Where did my bookmark go? Oh, there it is, sorry. I gave him mine, and he set off with a rapid walk, which obliged me to run at his side in order to keep pace. In the carré, he stopped a moment. It was lit with large lamps. The wide doors of the classes were open, and so were the equally wide garden doors. Orange trees in the tubs and the tall flowers in pots ornamented these portals on each side. Groups of ladies and gentlemen in evening dress stood and walked amongst the flowers. Within the long vista of the schoolrooms presented a thronging, undulating, murmuring, waving, streaming multitude, all rose, all blue, and half translucent white. There were lustres burning overhead. Far off there was a stage, a solemn green curtain, a row of footlights. Nesse pasque sespo? Demanded my companion. I should have said it was, but my heart got up into my throat, and Paul discovered this and gave me a side scowl and a little shake for my pains. I will do my best, but I wish it was over, said I. Then I asked, are we to walk through that crowd? By no means. I managed matters better. We passed through the garden here. In an in an instant we were out of doors. The cold, calm night revived me somewhat. It was moonless, but the reflex from the many glowing windows lit the court brightly, and even the alleys dimly. Heaven was cloudless and grand with a quiver of its living fires. How soft are the nights of the continent! How bland, balmy, safe! No sea fog, no chilling damp, mistless as noon and fresh as morning. Having crossed court and garden, we reached the glass door of the first class. It stood open like all other doors that night. We passed, and the night was ushered into a small cabinet dividing the first class from the grand sale. I still don't know how to say that, sorry. This cabinet dazzled me. It was so full of light, it deafened me. It was so clamorous with voices, it stifled me. It was so hot, choking, thronged. Delorder, do silence, cried M. Paul. Is this chaos? He demanded, and there was a hush. With a dozen words and as many gestures, he turned out half the persons present and obliged the remnant to fall into rank. Those left were all in costume. They were all the performers, and this was the green room. M. Paul introduced me. All stared and some tittered. It was a surprise. They had not expected the Englishwoman would play in a vaudeville. Ginevra Fanshawe, beautifully dressed for her part, and looking fascinatingly pretty, turned on me a pair of eyes as round as beads. In the highest spirit, unperturbed by fear or bashfulness, delighted indeed at the thought of shining off before hundreds. Sorry. My entrance seemed to transfix her with amazement in the midst of her joy. She would have exclaimed, but M. Paul held her and all the rest in check. Having surveyed and criticized the whole troop, he turned to me. You, too, must be dressed for your part. Dressed like a man, exclaimed Louis St. Pierre, darting forwards, adding with officiousness, I will dress her myself. To be dressed like a man did not please and would not suit me. I had consented to take a man's name and part. As to his dress, haute-la? Sorry, I don't know that. No, I would keep my own dress, come what might. And Paul might storm, might rage, I would keep my own dress. I said so with a voice as resolute in intent as it was low and perhaps unsteady in utterance. He did not immediately storm or rage, as I fully thought he would. He stood silent, but Zélie again interposed. She will make a capital petite maitre. Here are the garments, all complete. Somewhat too large, but I will arrange all that. Come, cher ami, belle Anglaise. And she sneered, for I was not Belle. She seized my hand. She was drawing me away. And Paul stood impassible, neutral. Okay. You must not resist, pursued St. Pierre, for resist I did, you will spoil all, destroy the mirth of the piece, the enjoyment of the company. Sacrifice everything to your amour propre. This would be too bad. Monsieur will never permit this. She sought his eye, watched likewise for a glance. He gave her one, and then he gave me one. Stop, he said slowly, arresting St. Pierre, who continued her efforts to drag me after her. Everybody awaited the decision. He was not angry, not irritated. I perceived that and took heart. You do not like these clothes? He asked, pointing to the masculine vestments. I don't object to some of them, but I won't have them all. How must it be, then? How accept a man's part and go on the stage dressed as a woman? This is an amateur affair. It is true. A vaudeville de pensionnat, certain modifications I might sanction, yet something you must have to announce you are, yet something you must have to announce you are, oh my goodness, yet something you must have to announce you as of the nobler sex. Okay. And I will, monsieur, but it must be arranged in my own way. Nobody must meddle. Things must not be forced upon me. Just let me dress myself. Monsieur, without another word, took the costume from St. Pierre, gave it to me, and permitted me to pass in the dressing room. Once alone, I grew calm and collectedly went to work, retaining my woman's garb without the slightest retrenchment. I merely assumed, in addition, a little vest, a collar, a cravat, and a paltot of small dimensions, the whole being the costume of a brother of, the whole being the costume of a brother of one of the pupils. Having loosened my hair out of its braid, made up the long back hair clothes, and brushed the front hair to one side, I took my hat and gloves in my hand, and came out. And Paul was waiting, and so were the others. He looked at me. That may pass in a pensionnat, he announced, then added not unkindly, Courage, mon ami. Un peu de sang froid, un peu d'aplomb, and Lucien et tout ira bien. St. Pierre sneered again. Dang, the St. Pierre, God. Sneered again in her cold, sneaky manner. I was irritable because excited, and I could not help turning upon her and saying that if she were not a lady and I a gentleman, I should feel disposed to call her out. After the play, said M. Paul, I will then divide my pair of pistols between you, and we will settle the dispute according to form. It will only be the old quarrel of France and England. That is pretty funny. But now the moment approached for the performance to commence, and Paul, setting us before him, harangued us briefly like a general addressing soldiers about to charge. I don't know what he said, except that he recommended each to penetrate herself well with the sense of her personal significance. God knows I thought this advice superfluous for some of us. A bell tinkled. I and two more were ushered on to the stage. The bell tinkled again. I had to speak the very first words. Do not look at the crowd, nor think of it, he whispered M. Paul in my ear. Imagine yourself in the garret, acting to the rats. He vanished. The curtain drew up, shriveled to the ceiling. The bright lights, the long room, the gay throng burst upon us. I thought of the... Oh, sorry. Okay, I lost where I was. I thought of the black beetles, the old boxes, the worm-eaten bureau. I said my say badly, but I said it. The first speech was the difficulty. It revealed to me It revealed to me this fact that it was not the crowd I feared so much as my own voice. Foreigners and strangers, the crowd were nothing to me, nor did I think of them. When my tongue once got freed, my voice took its true pitch and found its natural tone. I thought of nothing but the personage I represented, and of M. Paul, who was listening, watching, prompting in the side scenes. By and by, feeling the right power come, the spring demanded gush and rise inwardly. Sorry, I keep having a yawn. Goodness. I became sufficiently composed to notice my fellow actors. Some of them played very well, especially Ginevra Fanshawe, who had to coquette between two suitors and managed admirably. In fact, she was in her element. I observed that she once or twice threw a certain marked fondness, and pointed partially into her manner towards me, the fop. With such emphasis and animation did she favour me, such glances did she dart out into the listening and applauding crowd, that to me, who knew her, it presently became evident she was acting at someone, and I followed her eye, her smile, her gesture, and ere long discovered that she had at least singled out a handsome and distinguished aim for her shafts. Full in the path of those arrows, taller than other spectators, and therefore more sure to receive them, stood an attitude quiet but intent, a well-known form, that of Dr. John. The spectacle seemed somehow suggestive. There was language in Dr. John's look, though I cannot tell what he said. It animated me. I drew out of it a history. I put my idea into the part I performed. I threw it into my wooing of Ginevra in the hours in the hours our sincere lover. I saw Dr. John. Did I pity him as erst? Erst? I don't know what erst means, not gonna lie. As erst? No, I hardened my heart, rivaled and outrivaled him. I knew myself but a fop, but where he was outcast, I could please. Now I know I acted as if wishful and resolute to win and conquer. Ginevra seconded me. To win and conquer. Ginevra seconded me. Between us we half changed the nature of the role, gilding it from top to toe. Between the acts, M. Paul told us he knew not what possessed us, and half expostulated. Something in French, said he. Something more in French. I know not what possessed me either, but somehow my longing was to eclipse the hours, i.e. Dr. John. Ginevra was tender. How could I be otherwise than chivalric? Retaining the letter, I recklessly altered the spirit of the role. Without heart, without interest, I could not play it at all. I must be played, in went the yearned-for seasoning. Thus flavored, I played it with relish. It must be played, not I. It must be played, in went the yearned-for seasoning. Thus flavored, I played it with relish. Okay. When I felt that night, and what I did, I no more expected to feel and do, than to be lifted in a trance to the seventh heaven. Cold, reluctant, apprehensive, I had accepted a part to please another. Ere long, warming, becoming interested, taking courage, I acted to please myself. Yet the next day, when I thought it over, I quite disapproved of these amateur performances, and thought glad that I had obliged M. Paul, and tried my own strength for once. I took a firm resolution never to be drawn into a similar affair. A keen relish for dramatic expression had revealed itself as part of my nature. To cherish and exercise this newfound faculty might gift me with a world of delight, but it would not do for a mere looker on at life. The strength and longing must be put by, and I put them by, and fastened them in with the lock of a resolution which neither time nor temptation has since picked. No sooner was the play over, and well over, than the choleric and arbitrary M. Paul underwent a metamorphosis. His hour of managerial responsibility past, he at once laid aside his magisterial austerity. In a moment he stood amongst us, vivacious, kind, and social, shook hands with us all around, thanked us separately, and announced his determination that each of us should in turn be his partner in the coming ball. On his claiming my promise, I told him I did not dance. For once, I must, was the answer, and if I had not slipped aside and kept out of his way, he would have compelled me to the second performance. But I had acted enough for one evening. It was time I retired into myself and my ordinary life. My dun-colored dress did well enough under a paletot on the stage, but would not suit a waltz or a quadrille. Withdrawing to a quiet nook whence unobserved I could observe the ball, its splendors, and its pleasures pass before me as a spectacle. Oh, goodness, this is a long-ass chapter. Okay, where was I? Okay. Again, Ginevra Fanshawe was the belle, the fairest and the gayest present. She was selected to open the ball. Very lovely she looked. Very gracefully she danced. Very joyously she smiled. Such scenes were her triumphs. She was the child of pleasure. Work or suffering found her listless and dejected, powerless and repining. But gaiety expanded her butterflies' wings, lit up their gold dust in bright spots, made her flash like a gem and flush like a flower. At all ordinary diet and plain beverage she would pout, but she fed on creams and ices like a hummingbird on honey paste. Sweet wine was her element, and sweet cake her daily bread. Sorry. Ginevra lived her full life in a ballroom. Elsewhere she drooped dispirited. Think not, reader, that she thus bloomed and sparkled for the mere sake of M. Paul, her partner, or that she lavished her best graces that night for the edification of her companions only, or for that of the parents and grandparents who filled the carry and lined the ballroom. Under circumstances so insipid and limited, with motives so chilly and vapid, Ginevra would scarce have deigned to walk one quadrille, and weariness and fretfulness would have replaced animation and good humor. But she knew of a leaven, in the otherwise heavy festal mass which lighted the whole. She tasted a condiment which gave it zest. She perceived reason justifying the display of her choicest attractions. Okay, there are 10 pages. I know it says 15 on the screen, ignore that. It's because the font is bigger. There are 10 pages left of this chapter. I'm going to take a little break, though, because because I can, frankly. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Okay, 10 more pages, let's go. Well, of this chapter. And then we have 15, 16, and 17 to read. I think they're shorter. This is like the longest chapter in the book, I believe, or one of them. I'm not entirely sure, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, anyway. Okay. In the ballroom, indeed, not a single male spectator was to be seen who was not married and a father, and Paul accepted. That gentleman, too, being the sole creature of his sex permitted to lead out a pupil to the dance, and this exceptional part was all allowed to him, partly as a matter of old established custom, for he was a kinsman of Madame Beck's and high in her confidence, partly because he would always have his own way and do as he pleased, and partly because, wilful, passionate, partial as he might be, he was the soul of honor, and might be trusted with a regiment of the fairest and purest, in perfect security that under his leadership they would come to no harm. Many of the girls, it may be noted in parentheses, were not pure-minded at all, very much otherwise, but they no more dare betray their natural coarseness in Paul's presence than they dare tread purposely on his corns, laugh in his face during a stormy apostrophe, or speak above their breath while some crisis of irritability was covering his human visage with the mask of an intelligent tiger. And Paul then might dance with whom he would, and woe be to the interference which put him out of step. Others there were admitted as spectators, with seemingly reluctance through prayers and influence, under restriction by special and difficult exercise of Madame Beck's gracious good nature, and whom she was. Oh, sorry, my screen turned off. Sorry, give me a second. I don't know why it turned off. Actually, hold on. I think I can fix that. Oh yeah, my phone went into low battery mode, which it wasn't supposed to, so that I could have the auto lock on never. Sorry about that, y'all. Okay, let me. Alright. And we're back. Okay, where was I? Give me a second. Excuse me. Sorry, excuse me. Okay. Gracious good under Madame Beck's gracious good nature, and whom she all evening, with her own personal surveillance, kept far aloof at the remotest, dreariest, coldest, darkest side of the carré. A small, forlorn band of jeunes, I'm assuming that's like men, those being all of the best families, grown-up sons of mothers present, and whose sisters were pupils in the school. That whole evening was Madame on duty besides the jeunes, gens, attentive to them as a mother, but strict with them as a dragon. There's a sort of cordon sketched before them, which they wearied her with prayers to be permitted to pass, and just to revive themselves by one dance with that belle blonde or that jolie brunette, or cette jeune magnifique aux cheveux noirs comme les jais. Taisez-vous, Madame would reply, heroically and inexorably. There's some more French. I'm not gonna read it, sorry. I try. And then I try and I don't do well reading it. Okay. Alluding to the legend, and she majestically walked to and fro along their disconsolate and impatient line. Disconsolate and patient. disconsolate, impatient line, like a little Bonaparte in a mouse-colored silk gown. Madame knew something of the world. Madame knew something of the world. Madame knew something of the world. Madame knew much of human nature. I don't think that another directress in Villette would have dared to admit a jeune homme within her walls, but Madame knew that by granting such admission on an occasion like the present, a bold stroke might be struck, and a great point gained. In the first place, the parents were made accomplices to the deed, for it was only through their meditation it was brought about. Secondly, the admission of these rattlesnakes, so fascinating and so dangerous, served to draw out Madame precisely in her strongest character, that of a first-rate surveillante. Thirdly, their presence furnished a most piquant ingredient to their entertainment. The pupils knew it, and saw it, and the view of such golden apples shining afar off animated them with a spirit no other circumstance could have kindled. The children's pleasure spread to the parents. Life and mirth circulated quickly round the ballroom. The gens themselves, though restrained, were amused, for Madame Beck permitted them to feel dull, and thus Madame Beck's fete annually ensured a success unknown to the fete of any other directress in the land. I observed that Dr. John was at first permitted to walk at large through the classes. There was about him a manly, responsible look that redeemed his youth, and half expiated his beauty. But as soon as the ball began, Madame ran up to him. "Come, Wolf, come," said she, laughing. "You wear sheep's clothing, but you must quit the fold notwithstanding. Come, I've a fine menagerie of 20 here in the carré. Let me place you amongst my collection. But first suffer me to have one dance with one pupil of my choice. Have you the face to task such a thing? It is madness, it is impiety. Sortes au plus vite." She drove him before her, and soon had him enclosed within the cordon. Ginevra began, I suppose, tired with dancing, sought me out in my retreat. She threw herself on the bench beside me, and, a demonstration I could very well have dispensed with, cast her arms round my neck. Lucy Snow," she cried in a somewhat sobbing voice, half hysterical. "What in the world is the matter?" I dryly said. How do I look tonight?" she demanded. "As usual," said I, "preposterously vain." "Caustic creature, you never have a kind word for me, but in spite of you and all the other envious detractors, I know I am beautiful. I feel it, I see it, for there is a great looking glass in the dressing room where I can view my shape from head to toe. Will you go with me now, and let us two stand before it?" "I will, Miss Fanshawe. You shall be humoured even to the top of your bent." The dressing room was very near, and we stepped in. Putting her arm through mine, she drew me to the mirror. Without resistance, remonstration, or remark, I stood and let her self-love have its feast in triumph, curious to see how much it could swallow, whether it was possible it could feed to satiety, whether any whisper of consideration for others could penetrate her heart and moderate its vainglorious exultation. Not at all. She turned me and herself round. She viewed us both on all sides. She smiled, she waved her curls, she retouched her sash, she spread her dress, and finally, letting go my arm and curtsying with mock respect, she said, "I would not be you for a kingdom." Okay. The remark was too naive to rouse anger. I merely said, "Very good. And what would you give to be me?" she inquired. "Not a bad sixpence, strange as it may sound," I replied. "You are but a poor creature. You don't think so in your heart." No, for in my heart you have not the outline of a place. I only occasionally turn you over in my brain. Well, but, said she in an expostulatory tone, just listen to the difference of our positions and then see how happy am I and how miserable are you. Go on, I listen. In the first place, I am the daughter of a gentleman of family, and though my father is not rich, I have expectations from an uncle. Then I am just 18, the finest age possible. I have had a continental education, and though I can't spell, I have abundant accomplishments. I am pretty, you cannot deny that. I may have as many admirers as I choose. This very night I have been breaking the hearts of two gentlemen, and it is the dying look that I had from one of them just now which puts me in such spirits. I do so like to watch them turn red and pale, and scowl and dart fiery glances at each other, and languishing ones at me. There is me, happy me. Now for you, poor soul. I suppose you are nobody's daughter, since you took care of little children when you first came to Villette. You have no relations. You call yourself young at 23. Whoa. Oh, you can't call yourself young at 23. That's also crazy. You have no attractive accomplishments, no beauty. As to admirers, you hardly know what they are, and you can't even talk on the subject. You sit dumb when the other teachers quote their conquests. I believe you never were in love and never will be. You don't know the feeling, and so much the better. For though you might have your own heart broken, no living heart will you ever break. Isn't it all true? Damn. Lucy, say something. You're her teacher. Jesus. Okay. A good deal of it is true. A good deal of it is true as gospel and shrewd besides. There must be good in you, Ginevra, to speak so honestly that snake, Zélie, St. Pierre, could not utter what you have uttered still. Miss Fanshawe, hapless as I am, according to your showing, 6 pence I would not give to purchase you, body and soul. Just because I am not clever, and that is all you think of. Nobody in the world but you cares for cleverness. On the contrary, I consider you are clever, in your way, very smart indeed. But you were talking of breaking hearts, that edifying amusement, into the merits of which I don't quite enter. Pray on whom does your vanity lead you to think you have done execution tonight? She approached her lips to my ear. Isidore and Alfred de Hamel are both here, she whispered. Oh, they are? I should like to see them. There's a dear creature. Your curiosity is aroused at last. Follow me, I will point them out. She proudly led the way. But you cannot see them well from the classes, said she, turning. Madame keeps them too far off. Let us cross the garden, enter by the corridor, and get close to them behind. We shall be scolded if we are seen, but never mind. For once I did not mind. Through the garden we went, penetrated into the corridor. Sorry, I got lost. Through the garden we went, penetrated into the corridor by a quiet private entrance, and approaching the carré. Yet, keeping in the corridor shade, it commanded a near view of the band of Juans. Jesus. For once I did not mind. Oh wait, I read that. I believe I could have picked out the conquering de Hamel, even undirected. He was a straight-nosed, very correct-featured little dandy. I say little dandy, though he was not beneath the middle standard in stature. But his lineaments were small, and so were his hands and feet. And he was pretty and smooth, and as trim as a doll, so nicely dressed, so nicely curled, so booted and gloved and cravated. He was charming indeed, I said so. What a dear personage, cried I, and commended Ginevra's taste warmly, and asked her what she thought de Hamel might have done with the precious fragments of that heart she had broken, whether he kept them in a scent vial and conserved them into otto of roses, auto of roses. I observed, too, with a deep rapture of approbation, that colonel's hands the colonel's hands were scarce larger than Miss Fanshawe's own, and suggested that the circumstance might be convenient, as far as he could wear her gloves at a pinch. On his dear curls I told her I doted, and as to his low, Grecian brow and exquisite classic headpiece, I confessed I had no language to do such perfections justice. And if he were your lover, suggested the cruelly exultant Ginevra. Oh heavens, what bliss, said I. But do not be inhuman, Miss Fanshawe. To put such thoughts into my head is like showing poor outcast Cain a far glimpse of paradise. You like him, then? As I like sweets and jams and comfits and conservatory flowers. Ginevra admired my taste, for all of these things were adorations. She could then readily credit that they were mine too. Now for Isidore, I went on. I own I felt still more curious to see him than his rival, but Ginevra was absorbed in the latter. Alfred was admitted here tonight, said she, through the influence of his aunt, Madame la Baronne de Delordat. And now having seen him, can you understand why I have been in such spirits all evening, and acted so well, and danced with such life, and why I am now happy as a queen? Dieu. It was such good fun to glance first at him and then at the other, and madden them both. But that other, where is he? Show me Isidore. I don't like. Why not? I am ashamed of him. For what reason? Because, in a whisper, he has such whiskers, orange, red. There now. The murder is out, I subjoined. Never mind. Show him, all the same. I engage not to faint. She looked round. Just then an English voice spoke behind her and me. You're both standing in a draught. You must leave this corridor. There is no draught, Dr. John, said I, turning. She takes cold so easily, he pursued, looking at Ginevra with extreme kindness. She is delicate, and she must be cared for. Fetch her a shawl. Permit me to judge for myself, said Miss Fanshawe with hauteur. I want no shawl. Your dress is thin. You have been dancing. You are heated. Always preaching, retorted she, always coddling and admonishing. The answer Dr. John would have given did not come. That his heart was hurt became evident in his eyes, darkened and saddened and pained. He turned a little aside, but was patient. I knew where there were plenty of shawls near at hand. I ran and fetched one. She shall wear this if I have strength to make her, said I, folding it well round her muslin dress, covering carefully her neck and her arms. Is that Isidore? I asked in a somewhat fierce whisper. She pushed up her lips, smiling, and nodded. Is that Isidore? I repeated, giving her a shake. Could I have given her a dozen? No, I could have given her a dozen. C'est lui, mime, said she. How coarse he is, compared with the Colonel Count. And then, oh, Theo, the whiskers. Dr. John now passed on. The Colonel Count, I echoed, the doll, the puppet, the mannequin, the poor inferior creature, a mere lackey for Dr. John. His valet, his footboy. Is it possible that fine, generous gentleman, handsome as a vision, offers you his honorable hand and gallant heart, and promises to protect your flimsy person and wretched mind through the storms and struggles of life, and you hang back, you scorn, you sting, you torture him? Have you power to do this? Who gave you that power? Where is it? Does it lie all in your beauty, your pink and white complexion and your yellow hair? Does this bind his soul at your feet and bend his neck under your yoke? Does this purchase for you his affection, his tenderness, his thoughts, his hopes, his interests, his noble, cordial love? And will you not have it? Do you scorn it? You are only dissembling. You are not in earnest. You love him. You long for him. But you trifle with his heart to make him more surely yours. Bah, how you run on. I don't understand half you have said. I had got her out into the garden ere this. I now set her down on a seat and told her she should not stir till she had avowed which she meant in the end to accept, the man or the monkey. Him you call the man, said she, is bourgeoisie, sandy-haired, and answers to the name of John. Cela suffit? Some more. Je ne vous passe. Colonel de Haumont is a gentleman of excellent connections, perfect manners, sweet appearance, with pale, interesting face, and hair and eyes like an Italian. Then, too, he is the most delightful company possible, a man quite in my way, not sensible and serious like the other, but one with whom I can talk on equal terms, who does not plague and bore and harass me with depths and heights and passions and talents, for which I have no taste. There now, don't hold me so fast. I slackened my grasp, and she darted off. I did not care to pursue her. Somehow I could not avoid returning once more in the direction of the corridor to get another glimpse of Dr. John, but I met him on the garden steps, standing where the light from the window fell broad. His well-proportioned figure was not to be mistaken, for I doubt whether there was another in that assemblage, his equal. He carried his hat in his hand, his uncovered head, his face and fine brown were most handsome and manly. His features were not delicate, not slight like those of a woman, nor were they cold, frivolous, and feeble. Though well cut, they were not so chiseled, so frittered away, as to lose in power and significance what they gained in unmeaning symmetry. Much feeling spoke in them at times, and more sat silent in his eye. Such at least were my thoughts of him. To me he seemed all this. An inexpressible sense of wonder occupied me as I looked at this man and reflected that he could be slighted. It was not my intention to approach or address him in the garden. Our terms of acquaintance not warranting such a step. I had only meant to view him in the crowd, myself unseen. Coming upon him thus alone, I withdrew, but he was looking out for me, or rather for her who had been with me. Therefore he descended the steps and followed me down the alley. You know Miss Fanshawe? I have often wished to ask whether you knew her, said he. Yes, I know her. Intimately? Quite as intimately as I wish. What have you done with her now? Am I her keeper? I felt inclined to ask, but I simply answered, I have shaken her well, and would have shaken her better, but she escaped out of my hands and ran away. Would you favor me, he asked, by watching over her this one evening, and observing that she does nothing imprudent, does not, for instance, run out into the night air immediately after dancing? Okay. I may perhaps look after her a little since you wish it, but she likes her own way too well to submit readily to control. She is so young, so thoroughly artless, said he. To me she is an enigma, I responded. Is she? He asked, much interested. How? It would be difficult to say how, difficult at least to tell you how. And why me? I wonder she is not better pleased that you are so much her friend. But she has not the slightest idea how much I am her friend. That is precisely the point I cannot teach her. May I inquire, did she ever speak of me to you? Under the name of Isidore, she has talked about you often, but I must admit that it is only within the last 10 minutes I have discovered that you and Isidore are identical. It is only Dr. John within that brief space of time I have learned that Ginevra or Fanshawe is the person under this roof in whom you have long been interested, that she is the magnet which attracts you to the Rue Fossette, that for her sake you venture into this garden and seek out caskets dropped by rivals. You know all? I know so much. For more than a year I have been accustomed to meet her in society. Mrs. Cholmondeley, her friend, is an acquaintance of mine. Thus I see her every Sunday. But you observe that under the name of Isidore she often spoke of me. May I, without inviting you to a breach of confidence, inquire what was that tone, what the feeling of her remarks? I feel somewhat anxious to know, being a little tormented with uncertainty as to how I stand with her. Oh, she varies. She shifts and changes like the wind. Still, you can gather some general idea. I can, thought I, but it would not do to communicate that general idea to you. Besides, if I said she did not love you, I know you would not believe me. Okay. You would not believe me. You are silent, he pursued. I suppose you have no good news to impart? No matter. If she feels for me positive coldness and aversion, it is a sign I do not deserve her. Do you doubt yourself? Do you consider yourself the inferior of Colonel de Hamal? De Hamal? Where was I? I love Miss Fanshawe far more than de Hamal loves any human being, and would care for her and guard her better than he. Respecting de Hamal, I fear she is under an illusion. The man's character is known to me, all his antecedents, all his scrapes. He is not worthy of your beautiful young friend. My beautiful young friend ought to know that, and to know or feel who is worthy of her, said I. If her beauty or her brains will not serve her so far, she merits the sharp lesson of experience. Are you not a little severe? I am excessively severe, more severe than I choose to show you. You should hear the strictness with the strictures with which I favor my beautiful young friend, only that you would be unutterably shocked at my want of tender consideration for her delicate nature. She is so lovely, one cannot but be loving towards her. You, every woman older than yourself, must feel for you such a simple, innocent, girlish fairy, a sort of motherly or elder sisterly fondness, graceful angel. Does not your heart yearn toward her when she pours into your ear her pure, childlike confidences? How you are privileged. And he sighed. I could short these confidences somewhat abruptly now and then, said I. But excuse me, Dr. John. May I change the theme for one instant? What a godlike person is that Teamo, with the nose on his face, perfect. What a nose on his face, perfect. Model one in putty or clay, you could not make a better or straighter or neater. And then such classic lips and chin, in his bearing sublime. De Hamal is an unutterable puppy, besides being a very white-livered hero. You, Dr. John, and every man of a less refined mold than he, must feel for him a sort of admiring affection, such as Mars and the coarser deities must be supposed to have borne the young graceful Apollo. An unprincipled, gambling little jackanapes, said Dr. John curtly, whom with one hand I could lift up by the waistband any day and lay low in the kennel if I liked. The sweet seraph, said I, what a cruel idea. Are you not a little severe, Dr. John? And now I paused. For the second time that night I was going beyond myself, venturing out of what I looked on as my natural habits, speaking in an unpremeditated, impulsive strain which startled me strangely when I halted to reflect. On rising that morning, had I anticipated that before night I should have acted the part of a gay lover in vaudeville, and an hour after frankly discussed with Dr. John the question of his hapless suit, and rallied him on his illusions, I had no more presaged such feats. Oh, I just lost my place. Oh, such feats than I had looked forward to an ascent in a balloon or a voyage to Cape Horn. The doctor and I, having paced down the walk, were now returning. The reflex from the window again lit his face. He smiled, but his eye was melancholy. How I wished that he could feel heart's ease. How I grieved that he brooded over pain and pain from such a cause. He with his great advantages, he to love in vain. I did not then know that this pensiveness of reverse is the best phase for some minds, nor did I reflect that some herbs, though scentless when entire, yield fragrance when they are bruised. Do not be sorrowful. Do not grieve, I broke out. If there is in Ginevra one spark of worthiness of your affection, she must feel devotion in return. Be cheerful, be hopeful, Dr. John. Who should hope if not you? In return for this speech I got what must be supposed I deserved, a look of some surprise. I thought also of some disapprobation. We parted, and I went into the house, very chill. The clocks struck and the bells tolled midnight. People were leaving fast. The fete was over. The lamps were fading. In another hour, all the dwelling house and all the pensionnat were dark and hushed. I too was in bed, but not asleep. To me it was not easy to sleep after a day of such excitement. Wow, that was a long chapter, but we finished it. Well, I finished it. Anyway, I'm going to take a little break because that was quite a lot. The next chapter is chapter 15, and it is 12 pages, so not as bad, I suppose. But we've got chapter 15, chapter 16, and chapter 17 left. Yeah, chapter 16, chapter 7, 15, 16, and 17 left, and they are 12, 15, and 9 pages. So hopefully it's gonna take. Hopefully it won't take too long, seeing as that is like 36 pages left. Ew, that's annoying. Okay, well, I'll be back soon. Okay. Alright, I'm back. My voice is starting to give out a little bit. Okay, The Long Vacation, Chapter 15. I'm gonna read it on my phone this time. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Okay. Following Madame Beck's fate, with its 3 preceding weeks of relaxation, its brief 12-hours burst of hilarity and dissipation, and its one subsequent day of utter languor, came a period of reaction, 2 months of real application, of close, hard study, these 2 months being the last of the année scolaire, or indeed the only genuine working months in the year. To them was procrastinated, into them concentrated, alike by professors, mistresses, and pupils, the main burden of preparation for the examinations preceding the distribution of prizes. Candidates for rewards had then to work in good earnest. Masters and teachers had to set their shoulders to the wheel, to urge on the backward, and diligently aid and train the more promising. A showy demonstration, a telling exhibition, must be got up for the public view, and all means were fair to this end. I scarcely noted how the other teachers went to work. I had my own business to mind, and my task was not the least onerous, being to imbue some 90 sets of brains with a due tincture of what they considered a most complicated and difficult science, that of the English language, and to drill 90 tongues in what for them was an almost impossible pronunciation, the lisping and hissing dentals of the Isles. The examination day arrived, awful day, prepared for with anxious care, dressed for with silent dispatch, nothing vaporous or fluttering now, no white gauze or azure streamers. The grave, close, compact was the order of the toilette. Toilette? I don't know what to call it, I'm not gonna lie. Toilette? It seemed to me that I was this day especially doomed, the main burden and trials falling on me alone of all the female teachers. The others were not expected to examine in the studies they taught. The professor of literature, and Paul, taking upon himself this duty, he, the school autocrat, gathered all in sundry reins into the hollow of his one hand. He irefully rejected any colleague he would not have help. Madame herself, who evidently rather wished to undertake the examination in geography, her favorite study, which she taught well, was forced to succumb and be subordinate to her despotic kinsman's direction. The whole staff of instructors, male and female, he set aside, and stood on the examiner's estrade alone. It irked him that he was forced to make one exception to this rule. He could not manage English. He was obliged to leave that branch of education in the English teacher's hands, which he did, not without a flash of naive jealousy. A constant crusade against the amour propre of every human being but himself was a crochet of this able, but fiery and grasping little man. He had a strong relish for public representation in his own person, but an extreme abhorrence of the like display in any other. He quelled, he kept down when he could, and when he could not, he fumed like a bottled storm. On the evening preceding the examination day, I was walking in the garden, as were the other teachers and all the boarders. Emmanuel joined me in the Allée des Fendue. His cigar was at his lips, his paletot, a most characteristic garment of no particular shape, hung dark and menacing. The tassel of his bonnet grec, sternly shadowing his left temple. His black whiskers curled like those of a wrathful cat. His blue eyes had a cloud in its glitter. Anisi, he began, abruptly fronting and arresting me. Bunch of French, I'm not gonna pronounce right. Now, the fact was, he happened to be entirely mistaken. I could not estimate this admiration or the good opinion of tomorrow's audience at the same rate he did. Had that audience numbered as many personal friends as acquaintances, for me. As for him, I know not how it might have been. I speak of the case as it stood. On me school triumphs shed but a cold lustre. I had wondered, and I wondered now, how it was that for him they seemed to shine as with hearth warm and hearth glow. He cared for them perhaps too much, I probably too little. However, I had my own fancies as well as he. I liked, for instance, to see Emmanuel jealous. It lit up his nature and awoke his spirit. It threw all sorts of queer lights and shadows over his dun face and into his violet azure eyes. He used to say that his black hair and blue eyes were un de ses beautés. There was a relish in his anger. It was artless, earnest, quite unreasonable, but never hypocritical. I uttered no disclaimer, then, of the complacency he attributed to me. I merely asked where the English examination came in, whether at the commencement or close of the day. I hesitate, said he, whether at the very beginning, before many persons are come, and when your aspiring nature will not be gratified by a large audience, or quite at the close, when everybody is tired and only a jaded and worn-out audience will be at your service. Something French, I said, affecting dejection, will not to be dur with you. You are one of those beings who must be kept down. I know you. Other people in this house see you pass, and think that a colorless shadow has gone by. As for me, I scrutinized your face, and it sufficed. You are satisfied that you understand me? Without answering directly, he went on. Were you not grateful that when you succeeded in the vaudeville? I watched you and saw passionate ardor for triumph in your physiognomy. What fire shot into that glance? Not mere light, but flame. Je me tiens pour averti. What feeling I had on that occasion, monsieur, and pardon me if I say, you immensely exaggerate both its quality and quantity, was quite abstract. I did not care for the vaudeville. I hated that part you assigned to me. I had not the slightest sympathy with the audience below the stage. They are good people, doubtless, but do I know them? Are they anything to me? Can I care for being brought before their view again tomorrow? Will the examination be anything but a task to me, a task I wish well over? Shall I take it out of your hands? With all my heart, if you do not fear failure. But I should fail. I only know 3 phrases of English and a few words. Par example, de son, de mon, de stars. C'est bien dit. My opinion is that it would be better to give up the thing altogether, to have no English examination, eh? If Madame consents, I consent. Heartily, very heartily. He smoked his cigar in silence. He turned suddenly. Donnez-moi la main, said he, and the spite and jealousy melted out of his face, and a generous kindliness shone there instead. Come, we will not be rivals, we will be friends, he pursued. The examination shall take place, and I will choose a good moment, and instead of vexing and hindering, as I felt half inclined 10 minutes ago, for I have my malevolent moods, I always had from childhood, I will aid you sincerely. After all, you are solitary and a stranger, and have your way to make and your bread to earn. It may be well that you should become known. We will be friends. Do you agree? Out of my heart, monsieur. Monsieur, I am glad of a friend. I like that better than a triumph. Pauvrette, said he, and turned away and left the alley. The examination passed over well, and Paul was as good as his word, and did his best to make my part easy. The next day came the distribution of prizes. That also passed. The school broke up. The pupils went home, and now began the long vacation. That vacation. Shall I ever forget it? I think not. Madame Beck went, the first day of the holidays, to join her children at the seaside. All the 3 teachers had parents or friends with whom they took refuge. Every professor quitted the city. Some went to Paris, some to Boumarine, and Paul set forth on a pilgrimage to Rome. The house was left quite empty, but for me, a servant, and a poor deformed and imbecile pupil, a sort of cretin, whom her stepmother in a distant province would not allow to return home. My heart almost died within me. Miserable longing strained its cords. How long were the September days, how silent, how lifeless. How vast and void seemed the desolate premises, how gloomy the forsaken garden, grey now with the dust of a town summer departed. Looking forward at the commencement of those 8 weeks, I hardly knew how I was to live to the end. My spirits had long been gradually sinking. Now that the prop of employment was withdrawn, they went down fast. Even to look forward was not to hope. The dumb future spoke no comfort, offered no promise, gave no inducement to bear present evil in reliance on future good. A sorrowful indifference to existence often pressed on me, a despairing resignation to reach betimes the end of all things earthly. Alas, when I had full leisure to look on life as life must be looked on by such as me, I found it but a hopeless desert, tawny sands with no green fields, no palm tree, no well in view. The hopes which are dear to youth, which bear it up and lead it on, I knew not and dared not know. If they knocked at my heart sometimes, an inhospitable bar to admission must be inwardly drawn. When they turned away thus, rejected, tears sad enough sometimes flowed. But I could not be helped. I dared not give such guests lodging. So mortally did I fear the sin and weakness of presumption. Oh, I got just my position. My chair is all sorts of squeaky. Sorry about that, I ran out of water. So I'm eating those. Okay. Religious reader, you will preach to me a long sermon about what I have just written, and so will you, moralist, and you, stern sage, you, stoic, will frown, you, cynic, sneer, you, epicure, laugh. Well, each and all, take it your own way. I accept the sermon, frown, sneer, and laugh. Perhaps you are all right, and perhaps circumstanced like me, you would have been, like me, wrong. The first month was indeed a long, black, heavy month to me. The cretin did not seem unhappy. I did my best to feed her well and keep her warm, and she only asked food and sunshine, or when that lacked, fire. Her weak faculties approved of inertion. Her brain, her eyes, her ears, her heart slept content. They could not wake to work, so lethargy was their paradise. 3 weeks of that vacation were hot, fair, and dry, but the fourth and fifth were tempestuous and wet. I do not know why that change in the atmosphere made a cruel impression on me, why the raving storm and beating rain crushed me with a deadlier paralysis than I experienced while the air had remained serene. But so it was, and my nervous system could hardly support what it had for many days and nights to undergo in that huge empty house. How I used to pray for heaven for consolation and support. With what dread force the conviction would grasp me that fate was not permanent foe, never to be conciliated. I did not in my heart conciliate. I did not in my heart arraign the mercy or justice of God for this. I concluded it to be part of his great plan that some must deeply suffer while they live, and I thrilled in the certainty that of this number I was one. It was some relief when an aunt of the Creighton, a kind old woman, came one day and took away my strange deformed companion. The helpless creature had been at times a heavy charge. I could not take her out beyond the garden, and I could not leave her a minute alone, for her poor mind, like her body, was warped. Its propensity was to evil. A vague bent to mischief and aimless malevolence made constant vigilance indispensable. As she rarely spoke, and would sit for hours together moping and mowing, and distorting her features with indescribable grimaces, it was more like being prisoned with some strange, tameless animal than associating with a human being. Then there were personal attentions to be rendered which required the nerve of a hospital nurse. My resolution was so tired, it sometimes fell dead sick. These duties should not have fallen on me, a servant, now absent, had rendered them hitherto, and in the hurry of holiday departure, no substance to fill this office had been provided. This tax and trial were by no means the least I have known in life, still menial and distasteful as they were. My mental pain was far more wasting and wearing. Attendance on the cretin deprived me often of the power and inclination to swallow a meal, and set me faint to the fresh air in the well or fountain in the court. But this duty never wrung my heart, or brimmed my eyes, or scalded my cheek with tears hot as molten metal. The cretin being gone, I was free to walk out. At first I lacked courage to venture very far from the Rue Fossette, but by degrees I sought the city gates and passed them, and then went wandering away, far along chaussées, through fields, beyond cemeteries, Catholic and Protestant, beyond farmsteads, to land in little woods, and I know not where. A goad thrust me on, a fever forbade me to rest, a want of companionship maintained in my soul the craving of a most deadly famine. I often walked all day, through the burning noon and the arid afternoon, and the dusk evening, and came back with moonrise. While wandering in solitude, I would sometimes picture the present probable position of others, my acquaintance. There was Madame Beck at a cheerful watering place, with her children, her mother, and a whole troop of friends who had sought the same scene of relaxation. Zélie St. Pierre was at Paris with her relatives. The other teachers were at their homes. There was Geneviève Fanshawe, whom certain of her connections had carried on a pleasant tour southward. Geneviève seemed to me the happiest. She was on the route of beautiful scenery. The September sun shone for her on fertile plains, where harvest and vintage matured under their mellow beam. These gold and crystal moons rose on her vision over blue horizons, waved in mounted lines. But all this was nothing. I too felt those autumn suns and saw those harvest moons, and I almost wished to be covered in with earth and turf, deep out of their influence, for I could not live in their light, nor make them comrades, nor yield them affection. But Ginevra had a kind of spirit with her, empowered to give a constant strength and comfort, to gladden daylight and embalm darkness. The best of the good Jenny, and Guinea, that guard humanity, curtained her with his wings, and canopied her head with his bending form. Hold on. By true love which never followed, never could she be alone. Was she insensible to this presence? It seemed to me impossible. I could not realize such deadness. I imagined her grateful in secret, loving now with reserve but purpose, one day to show how much she loved. I pictured her faithful hero half conscious of her coy fondness, and comforted by that consciousness. I conceived an electric cord of sympathy between them, a fine chain of mutual understanding, sustaining union through a separation of 100 leagues, carrying across mound and hollow communication by prayer and wish. Ginevra gradually became with me a sort of heroine. One day, perceiving this growing illusion, I said, I really believe my nerves are getting overstretched. My mind has suffered somewhat too much, a malady is growing upon it. What shall I do? How shall I keep well? Indeed, there was no way to keep well under the circumstances. At last, a day and a night of peculiarly agonizing depression were succeeded by physical illness. I took perforce to my bed. About this time, the Indian summer closed and the equinoctial storms began, and for 9 dark and wet days, of which the hours rushed on all turbulent, deaf, disheveled, bewildered with sounding hurricane, I lay in a strange fever of the nerves and blood. Sleep went quite away. I used to rise in the night, look round for her, beseech her earnestly to return. A rattle of the window, a cry of the blast only replied. Sleep never came. She came once, but in anger, impatient of my importunity, she brought with her an avenging dream. By the clock of St. Jean Baptiste, the dream remained scarce 15 minutes, a brief space, but sufficient to wring my whole frame with unknown anguish, to confer a nameless experience that had the hue, the mine, the terror, the very tone of a visitation from eternity. Between 12 and 1 that night, a cup was forced to my lips, black, strong, strange, drawn from no well, but filled with seething from a bottomless and boundless sea. Suffering brewed in temporal or calculable measure and mixed for mortal lips. Taste not as this suffering tasted, and mixed for mortal lips, taste not as this suffering tasted. Having drank and woke, I thought all was over, the end come and passed by, trembling fearfully as consciousness returned, ready to cry out on some fellow creature to help me, only that I knew no fellow creature was near enough to catch the wild summons. Gotten in her far distant attic could not hear. I rose on my knees in bed. Some fearful hours went over me. Indescribably was I torn, racked, and oppressed in mind. Amidst the horrors of that dream, I think the worst lay here. Methought the well-loved dead who had loved me well in life met me elsewhere, alienated, galled, was my inmost spirit with an unutterable sense of despair about the future. Motive there was none why I should try to recover or wish to live, and yet unendurable was the pitiless and haughty voice in which death challenged me to engage his unknown terrors. When I tried to pray, I could only utter these words: From my youth up thy terrors have I suffered with a troubled mind. Most true was it. On bringing me my tea next morning, Goton urged me to call in a doctor. I would not. I thought no doctor could cure me. One evening, and I was not delirious, I was in my sane mind. I got up, I dressed myself weak and shaking. The solitude and the stillness of the long dormitory could not be borne any longer. The ghastly white beds were turning into specters. The coronal of each became a death's head, huge, its hood bleached. Dead dreams of an elder world and mightier race lay frozen in their wide, gaping eye-holes. That evening, more firmly than ever, fastened into my soul the conviction that fate was of stone and hope a false idol, blind, bloodless, and of granite core. I felt, too, that the trial God had appointed me was gaining its climax and must now be turned by my own hands, hot, feeble, trembling as they were. It rained still and blew, but with more clemency, I thought, than it had poured and raged all day. Twilight was falling, and I deemed its influence pitiful. From the lattice I saw coming night clouds, trailing low like banners drooping. It seemed to me that at this hour there was affection and sorrow in heaven above for all pain suffered on earth beneath. Give me 1 second. Okay. The weight of my dreadful dream became alleviated. That insufferable thought of being no more loved, no more owned, half yielded to hope of the contrary. I was sure this hope would shine clearer if I got out from under this house roof, which was crushing as the slab of a tomb, and went outside the city to a certain quiet hill, a long way distant in the fields. Covered with a cloak, I could not be delirious, for I had sense and recollection to put on warm clothing. Forth I set. The bells of a church arrested me in passing. They seemed to call me into the salute, and I went in. Any solemn rite, any spectacle of sincere worship, any opening for appeal to God, was as welcome to me than as bread to one in its extremity of want. I knelt down with others on the stone pavement. It was an old, solemn church, its pervading gloom not gilded but purpled by light shed through stained glass. Few worshippers were assembled, and the salute was over. Half of them departed. I discovered soon that those left remained to confess. I did not stir. Carefully every door of the church was shut. A holy quiet sank upon, and the solemn shade gathered about us. After a space, breathless and spent in prayer, a penitent approached the confessional. I watched. She whispered her avowal. Her shrift was whispered back. She returned consoled. Another went, and another. A pale lady kneeling near me said in a low, kind voice, "Go you now. I am not quite prepared." Mechanically obedient, I rose and went. I knew what I was about. My mind had run over this intent with lightning speed. To take this step could not make me make me more wretched than I was. It might soothe me. The priest within the confessional never turned his eyes to regard me. He only quietly inclined his ear to my lips. He might be a good man, but this duty had become to him a sort of form. He went through it with the phlegm of custom. I hesitated of the formula of confession. I was ignorant. Instead of commencing then with the prelude usual, I said, Mon père, je suis Protestant. He directly turned. He was not a native priest of that class. The cast of physiognomy is almost invariably groveling. I saw by his profile and brow he was a Frenchman, though grey and advanced in years. He did not, I think, lack feeling or intelligence. He inquired not unkindly why, being a Protestant, I came to him. I said I was perishing for a word of advice or an accent of comfort. I had been living for some weeks quite alone. I had been ill. I had a pressure of affliction on my mind, of which it would hardly any longer endure the weight. Was it a sin, a crime? He inquired, somewhat startled. I reassured him on this point, and as well as I could, I showed him the mere outline of my experience. He looked thoughtful, surprised, puzzled. You take me unawares, said he. I have not had such a case as yours before. Ordinarily, we know our routine and are prepared, but this makes a great break in the accustomed course of confession. I am hardly furnished with counsel fitting the circumstances. Of course, I had not expected he would be, but a mere relief of communication in an ear which was human and sentient, yet consecrated, the mere pouring out of some portion of long accumulating, long pent-up pain into a vessel whence it could not be again diffused, had done me good. I was already solaced. I must go, father. Must I go, father? I asked of him, as he sat silent. My daughter, he said kindly, and I am sure he was a kind man. He had a compassionate eye. For the present you had better go, but I assure you your words have struck me. Confession, like other things, is apt to become formal and trivial with habit. You have come and poured your heart out, a thing seldom done. I would fain think your case over, and take it with me to my oratory. Were you of our faith, I should know what to say. A mind so tossed can find repose but in the bosom of retreat and the punctual practice of piety. Okay. Where was I? The world, it is well known, has no satisfaction for the class of natures. Holy men have bidden penitents like you to hasten their path upward by penance, self-denial, and difficult good work. Tears are given them here for meat and drink, bread of affliction and waters of affliction. Their recompense comes hereafter. It is my own conviction that these impressions under which you are smarting are messengers from God to bring you back to the true church. You are made for our faith. Depend upon it. Our faith alone could heal you and help you. Protestantism is altogether too dry, cold, prosaic for you. The further I look into this matter, the more plainly I see it is entirely out of the common order of things. On no account would I lose sight of you. Go, my daughter, for the present, but return to me again. I rose and thanked him. I was withdrawing when he signed me to return. You must not come to this church, said he. I see you are ill, and this church is too cold. You must come to my house. I live, and he gave me his address. Be there tomorrow morning at 10. In reply to this appointment, I only bowed and pulling down my veil and gathering round me my cloak, I glided away. Did I, do you suppose, reader, contemplate the venturing again within that worthy priest's reach? As soon should I have thought of walking into a Babylonish furnace. That priest had arms which could influence me. He was naturally kind, with a sentimental French kindness, to whose softness I knew myself not wholly impervious. Without respecting some sorts of affliction, there was hardly any sort having a fibre of root in reality, which I could rely on my force wholly to withstand. Had I gone to him, he would have shown me all that was tender and comforting and gentle in the honest popish superstition. Then he would have tried to kindle, blow, and stir up in me the zeal of good works. I know not how I would do all how it would all have ended. We all think ourselves strong in some points. We all know ourselves weak in many. The probabilities are that had I visited numero 10 Rue de Maguez at the hour and day appointed, I might just now, instead of writing this heretic narrative, be counting my beads in the cell of a certain Carmelite convent on the boulevard of Cressy in Villette. There was something of Fenelon about the benign old priest, and whatever most of his brethren may be, and whatever I may think of his church and creed, and I like neither, of himself I must ever retain a grateful recollection. He was kind when I needed kindness. He did me good. May heaven bless him. Oh, twilight had passed into night, and the lamps were lit in the street air I issued from that somber church. To turn back was now become impossible to me. The wild longing to breathe this October wind on the little hill far without the city walls had ceased to be an imperative impulse, and was softened into a wish with which reason could cope. She put it down, and I turned, as I thought, to the rue faucet. But I had become involved in a part of the city with which I was not familiar. It was the old part, and full of narrow streets of picturesque, ancient, and moldering houses. I was much too weak to be very collected, and I was still too careless of my own welfare and safety to be cautious. I grew embarrassed. I got enmeshed in a network of turns unknown. I was lost, and had no resolution to ask guidance of any passenger. If the storm had lulled a little at sunset, it made up now for lost time. Strong and horizontal thundered to the current of the wind from northwest to southeast. Where am I? It brought rain like spray, and sometimes a sharp hail like shot. It was cold and pierced me to the vitals. I bent my head to meet it, but it beat me back. My heart did not fail at all in this conflict. I only wished that I had wings and could ascend the gale, spread my pinions on its strength, career in its course, sweep where it swept. While wishing this, I suddenly felt colder where before I was cold, and more powerless where before I was weak. I tried to reach the porch of a great building near, but the mass of frontage and the giant spire turned black and vanished from my eyes. Instead of sinking on the steps as I intended, I seemed to pitch headlong down an abyss. I remember no more. Okay, I'm gonna take a little break. I'll be back very soon. Alright, and I'm back. Alright, I'm reading this part from my book, because I can. In the book, it says Volume 2, Chapter 16, Outlying Scene. I'm assuming that's what you say. Anyway, here we go. Where my soul went during that swoon, I cannot tell. Whatever she saw, or whatever she traveled in her trance, On that strange night, she kept her own secret, never whispering a word to memory, and baffling imagination by an indissoluble silence. She may have gone upward and come in sight of her eternal home, hoping for leave to rest now, and deeming that her painful union with matter was at last dissolved. While she so deemed, an angel may have warned her away from heaven's threshold, and guiding her weeping down, have bound her, for once more, all shuddering and unwilling, to that poor frame, cold and wasted, of whose companionship she was grown more than weary. I know she re-entered her prison with pain, with reluctance, with a moan and a long shiver. The divorced mates, spirit and substance, were hard to reunite. They greeted each other, not in an embrace, but a racking sort of struggle. The returning sense of sight came upon me, red as if it swarm in blood. Suspended hearing rushed back loud. Like thunder, consciousness revived in fear. I sat up appalled, wondering into what religion, amongst what strange beings I was waking. At first I knew nothing. I looked on. A wall was not a wall, a lamp not a lamp. I should have understood what we call a ghost, as well as I did the commonest object, which is another way of intimating that all eyes rested on stricken as spectral. But the faculties soon settled, each in its place. The life machine presently resumed its wonted and regular working. Still, I knew not where I was. Only in time I saw I had been removed from the spot where I fell. I lay on no portico step. Night and tempest were excluded by walls, windows, and ceiling. Into some house I had been carried, but what house? I could only think of the pensionnat in the Rue Facette. Still half dreaming, I tried hard to discover in what room they had put me, whether the great dormitory or one of the little dormitories. I was puzzled because I could not make the glimpse of furniture I saw accord with my knowledge of any of these apartments. The empty white beds were wanting, and the long line of large windows. Surely, thought I, it is not to Madame Beck's own chamber that they have carried me. And here my eyes fell on an easy chair covered with blue damask. Other sheets cushioned the match, dawned on me by degrees, and at last I took in the complete fact of a pleasant parlor, with a wood fire on a clear, shining hearth, a carpet where arabesques of bright blue relieved a ground of shaded fawn, pale walls over which a slight but endless garland of azure forget-me-nots ran mazed and bewildered amongst myriad gold leaves and tendrils. A gilded mirror filled up the space between two windows, curtained amply with blue damask. In this mirror I saw myself laid, not in bed, but on a sofa. I looked spectral, my eyes larger and more hollow, my hair darker than was natural, by contrast with my thin and ashen face. It was obvious, not only from the furniture, but from the position of windows, doors, and fireplace, that this was an unknown room in an unknown house. Hardly less plain was it that my brain had not yet settled, for, as I gazed at the blue armchair, it appeared to grow familiar. So did a certain scroll couch, and not less so the round center table with a blue covering bordered with autumn-tinted foliage, and above all, two little footstools with worked covers and a small ebony frame chair, of which the seat and back were also worked with groups of brilliant flowers on a dark ground. Struck with these things, I explored further. Strange to say, old acquaintance were all about me, and old lang syne smiled out of every nook. There were two oval miniatures over the mantelpiece, of which I knew by heart the pearls about the high powdered heads, and the velvet circling the white throats, the swell of the full muslin kerchiefs, the pattern of the lace sleeve ruffles. Upon the mantel-shelf there were two china vases, some relics of a diminutive tea service, as smooth as enamel and as thin as eggshells, and as white center ornament, and a white center ornament, a classic group in alabaster preserved under glass. Of all these things, I could have told the peculiarities, numbered the flaws or cracks like any clairvoyant. Clairvoyant. Above all, there was a pair of hand screens with elaborate pencil drawings finished like line engravings. These my very eyes ached at beholding again, recalling hours when they had followed, stroke by stroke and touch by touch, a tedious, feeble finical schoolgirl pencil held within these fingers, now so skeleton-like. Where was I? Not only in what spot of the world, but in what year of our Lord? For all these objects were of past days of a distant country. 10 years ago, I bade them goodbye, since my 14th year, and I had never met. And since my 14th year, and I had never met. I gasped audibly, "Where am I?" A shape hitherto unnoticed stirred, rose, came forward, a shape inharmonious with the environment, serving only to complicate the riddle further. This was no more than a sort of native bonne in a commonplace bonds cap and print dress. She spoke neither French nor English, and I could get no intelligence from her, not understanding her phrases of dialect. But she bathed my temples and forehead with some cool and perfumed water, and then she heightened the cushion on which I reclined, made signs that I was not to speak, and resumed her post at the foot of the sofa. She was busy knitting. Her eyes thus drawn from me, I could gaze on her without interruption. I did mightily wonder how she came here, or what she could have to do among the scene, or with the days of my girlhood. Still more I marveled what those scenes and days could now have to do with me. Too weak to scrutinize thoroughly the mystery, I tried to settle it by saying it was a mistake, a dream, a fever fit. And yet I knew there could be no mistake, and that I was not sleeping. And I believed I was sane. I wish the room had not. I wish the room had not been so well lighted, that I might not so clearly have seen the little pictures, the ornaments, the screens, the work chair. All these objects, as well as the blue damask furniture, were in fact precisely the same, and every minutest detail, minutest detail, with those I so well remembered, and with which I had been so thoroughly intimate, in the drawing room of my godmother's house at Breton. Methought the apartment only was changed, being of different proportion and dimension. I thought of bedridden Hassan, transported in his sleep from Cairo to the gates of Damascus. Had a genius stooped his dark wing down the storm to whose stress I had succumbed, and gathered me from the church steps, and rising high into the air, as the Eastern tale said, had he borne me over land and ocean, and laid me quietly down beside the hearth of old England? But no, I knew the fire of that hearth burned before its layers no more. It went out long ago, and the household gods had been carried elsewhere. The bonne turned again to survey me, and seeing my eyes wide open, and I suppose deeming their expression perturbed and excited, she put down her knitting. I saw her busied for a moment at a little stand. She poured out water and measured drops from a phial. Glass in hand, she approached me. What dark tinged draught might she now be offering? What Jenny elixir and magic distillation? It was too late to inquire. I had swallowed it passively and at once. A tale of quiet, though now came, gently caressing my brain. Softer and softer rose the flow, with tepid undulations, smoother than balm. The pain of weakness left my limbs. My muscles slept. I lost power to move, losing at the same time wish. It was no privation. That kind bonne placed a screen between me and the lamp. I saw her rise to do this, but do not remember seeing her resume her place. In the interval between the two acts, I fell asleep. Alright, seeing as there's a little break in the chapter, I'm going to take a tiny little bit of break as well. Alright, and I'm back. So let's get back into it. Let me take some. Hold on. Okay, and I'm ready. At waking, lo, all was again changed. The light of high day surrounded me, not indeed a warm summer light, but the leaden gloom of raw and blustering autumn. I felt sure now that I was in the pensionnat, sure by the beating rain on the casement, sure by the wither of wind against trees, denoting a garden outside, sure by the chill, the whiteness, the solitude amidst which I lay. I say whiteness, for the dimity curtains dropped before a French bed bounded my view. I lifted them, looked out, my eye prepared to take in the range of a long, large, and whitewashed chamber, blinked baffled on encountering the limited area of a small cabinet, a cabinet with sea-green walls. Also, instead of 5 wide and naked windows, there was one high lattice, shaded with muslin festoons, instead of 24 little stands of painted wood, each holding a basin and an ewer. There was a toilet table dressed like a lady for a ball in a white robe over a pink skirt, and polished and large glass crowned, and a pretty pin cushion, filled with lace adorned it. This toilet, together with a small, low, green and white chintz armchair, a washstand topped with a marble slab, and supplied with utensils of pale green, were sufficiently furnished the tiny chamber. Reader, I felt alarmed. Why, you will ask? What was there in the simple and somewhat pretty sleeping closet to startle the most timid? Merely this. These articles of furniture could not be real. Solid armchairs, looking-glasses, and washstands, they must be the ghosts of such articles, or if this were denied as too wild a hypothesis, and confounded as I was, I did deny it. There remained but to conclude that I had myself passed into an abnormal state of mind, in short, that I was very ill and delirious, and even then, mine was the strangest figment with which delirium had ever harassed a victim. I knew, I was obliged to know. The green chintz of that little chair, the little snug chair itself, the carved, shining black, foliated frame of the glass, the smooth, milky green of the china vessel on the stand, the very stand, too, with its top of grey marble splintered at one corner. All these I was compelled to recognize and to hail, as last night I had perforce recognized and hailed the rosewood, the drapery, the porcelain of the drawing-room. Breton, that 10 years ago shone reflected in that mirror. And why did Breton in my 14th year haunt me thus? Why, if they came at all, did they not return complete? Why hovered before my distempered vision the mere furniture, while the room and the locality were gone? As to that pincushion made of crimson satin, ornamented with gold beads and frilled with thread lace, I had the same right to know it as to know the screens. I had made it myself. Rising with a start from the bed, I took the cushion in my hand and examined it. There was the cipher LLB, formed in gold beads and surrounded with an oval wreath embroidered in white silk. These were the initials of my godmother's name, Louisa Lucy Breton. Am I in England? Am I at Breton? I muttered, and hastily pulling up the blind with which the lattice was shrouded, I looked out to try and discover where I was, half prepared to meet the calm, old, handsome buildings and clean grey pavement of St. Anne Street, and to see at the end the towers of the Minster, or if otherwise fully expectant of a town view, somewhere a ruined Villette, if not a street in a pleasant and ancient English city. I looked on the contrary, through a frame of leafage clustering round the high lattice, and forced thence to a grassy mead-like level, lawn terrace, with trees rising from the lower ground beyond. High forest trees such as I have not seen for many a day, They were now groaning under the gale of October, and between their trunks I traced the line of an avenue where yellow leaves lay in heaps and drifts, or where world or were whirled singly before the sweeping west wind. Whatever landscape might lie further must have been flat, and these tall beeches shut it out. The place seemed secluded and was to me quite strange. I did not know it at all. Once more I lay down. My bed stood in a little alcove. On turning my face to the wall, the room with its bewildering accompaniments became excluded. Excluded? No. For as I arranged my position in this hope, behold, on the green space between the divided and looped up curtains hung a broad, gilded picture frame enclosing a portrait. It was well drawn, though but a sketch in watercolors. A head, a boy's head, fresh, lifelike, speaking and animated. It seemed a youth of 16, fair complexioned with sanguine health in his cheeks, hair long, not dark, and with a sunny sheen, penetrating eyes, an arch mouth, and a gay smile. On the whole, a most pleasant face to look at, especially for those claiming a right to that youth's affection. Parents, for instance, or sisters. Any romantic little schoolgirls might almost have loved it in its frame. Those eyes looked as if, when somewhat older, they would flash a lightning response to love. I cannot tell whether they kept in store a steady beaming shine of faith, for whatever sentiment met him in the form too facile. Where was I? Too facile, facile. His lips menace, beautiful, but surely, caprice and light esteem. Striving to take each new discovery as quietly as I could, I whispered to myself, "Ah, that portrait used to hang in the breakfast room, over the mantelpiece, somewhat too high, as I thought. I well remember how I used to mount a music stool for the purpose of unhooking it, holding it in my hand, and searching into those bony wells of eyes, whose glance under their hazel lashes seemed like a penciled laugh. And well I liked to know the coloring of the cheek and the expression of the mouth. I hardly believed fancy could improve on the curve of that mouth, or of the chin. Even my ignorance knew that both were beautiful, and pondered, perplexed over this doubt. How it was that what charmed so much could at the same time so keenly pain. Once, by way of test, I took little Missy home, and lifting her in my arms, told her to look at the picture. "Do you like it, Polly?" I asked. She never answered, but gazed long, and at last a darkness went trembling through her sensitive eye, as she said, "Put me down." So I put her down, saying to myself, "The child feels it too." All these things did I now think over, adding, he had his faults, yet scarce ever was a finer nature, liberal, suave, impressible. My reflections closed in an audibly pronounced word. "Graham." "Graham," echoed a sudden voice at the bedside. "Do you want Graham?" I looked. The plot was but thickening, the wonder but culminating. If it was strange to see that well-remembered pictured form on the wall, still stranger was it to turn and behold the equally well-remembered living form opposite, a woman, a lady most real and substantial, tall, well attired, wearing widow's silk, and such a cap as best became her matron, and motherly braids of hairs. Hers, too, was a good face, too marked, perhaps, now for beauty, but not for sense or character. She was little changed, something sterner, something more robust, but she was my godmother, still the distinct vision of Mrs. Bretton. I kept quiet, yet internally I was much agitated. My pulse fluttered, and the blood left my cheek, which turned cold. "Madam, where am I?" I inquired. "In a very safe asylum. well protected for the present. Make your mind quite easy till you get a little better. You look ill this you look ill this morning. I'm I am so entirely bewildered. I do not know whether I can trust my senses at all, or whether they are misleading me in every particular. But you speak English, do you not, madam? I should think you might hear that. It would puzzle me to hold a long discourse in French. You do not come from England? I am lately arrived thence. Have you been long in this country? You seem to know my son? Do I, madam? Perhaps I do. Your son, the picture there? That is his portrait as a youth. While looking at it, you pronounced his name. Graham Bretton? She nodded. I speak to Mrs. Bretton, formerly of Brettonshire. Quite right, are you? I am told are an English teacher, and you, I am told, are an English teacher in a foreign school here. My son recognized you as such. How was I found, madam, and by whom? My son shall tell you that by and by, said she, but at present you are too confused and weak for conversation. Try to eat some breakfast and then sleep. Notwithstanding all I had undergone, the bodily fatigue, the perturbation of spirits, the exposure to weather, it seemed that I was better. The fever, the real malady which had oppressed my frame, was abating. Um, 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 was abating, for whereas during the last 9 days I had taken no solid food and suffered from continual thirst, this morning, on breakfast being offered, I experienced a craving for nourishment, an inward faintness which caused me eagerly to taste the tea this lady offered and to eat the morsel of dry toast she allowed in accompaniment. It was only a morsel, but it sufficed, keeping up my strength till some 2 or 3 hours afterwards, when the bonne brought me a little cup of broth and a biscuit. As the evening began to darken, and the ceaseless blast still blew wild and cold, and the rain streamed on, luge-like, I grew weary, very weary of my bed. The room, though pretty, was small. I felt it confining. I longed for a change. The increasing chill and gathering gloom, too, depressed me. I wanted to see, to feel firelight. Besides, I kept thinking of the son of that tall matron. When should I see him? Certainly not till I left this room. At last the bonne came to make my bed for the night. She prepared to wrap me in a blanket and place me in the little chintz chair, but declining these attentions, I proceeded to dress myself. The business was just achieved, and I was sitting down to take breath, when Mrs. Bretton once more appeared. "Dress!" she exclaimed, smiling with that soft I so well knew, smiling with that smile I so well knew, a pleasant smile, though not soft. "You are quite better then, quite strong, eh?" She spoke to me so much as of old she used to speak that I almost fancied she was beginning to know me, that there was the same sort of patronage in her voice and manner that, as a girl, I had always experienced from her. The patronage I yielded to and even liked. It was not founded on conventional grounds of superior wealth or station. In the last particular, there had never been an inequality. Her degree was mine, but on natural reason of physical advantage. It was the shelter the tree gives the herb. I put a request without further ceremony. "Do let me go downstairs, madam. I am so cold and dull here." "I desire nothing better, if you are strong enough to bear the change," was her reply. Come then, here is an arm." And she offered me hers. I took it, and we descended the flight of carpeted steps to a landing where a tall door, standing open, gave admission into the blue damask room. How pleasant it was in its air of perfect domestic comfort! How warm in its amber lamplight and vermilion fire flush. And vermilion fire flush. To render the picture perfect, tea stood ready on the table, in English tea, whereof the whole shining service glanced at me familiarly. From the solid... Sorry, my dog is moving. Blah, 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 blah. From the solid silver urn of antique pattern, and the massive pot of the same metal, to the thin porcelain cups, dark with purple and gilding, I knew the very seed cake of peculiar form, baked in a peculiar mold, which always had a place on the tea table at Breton. Graham liked it, and there it was as of yore, set before Graham's plate, with the little silver knife and fork beside it. Graham was then expected to tea. Graham was now, perhaps, in the house. Ere many minutes I might see him. Sit down, said my conductress, as my steps faltered a little in passing to the hearth. She seated me on the sofa, but I soon passed behind it, saying the fire was too hot. In its shade I found another seat which suited me better. Mrs. Breton was never wont to make a fuss about any persons or anything. With remonstrance, she suffered me to have my own way. She made the tea, and she took up the newspaper. I liked to watch every action of my godmother. All her movements were so young. She might have been now about 50, yet neither her sinews nor her spirit seemed yet touched by the rust of age. Though portly, she was alert, and though serene, she was at times impetuous. Good health and an excellent temperament kept her green as in her spring. Okay. While she read, I perceived she listened for her son. She was not the woman ever to confess herself uneasy, but there was yet no lull in the weather, and if Graham were out in that hoarse wind, roaring still unsatisfied, I well knew his mother's heart would be out with him. 10 minutes behind his time, said she, looking at her watch. Then in another minute, a lifting of her eyes from the page, and a slight inclination of her head towards the door, denoted that she heard some sound. Presently her brow cleared, and then even my ear, less practised, caught the iron clash of a gate swung to. Steps on gravel, lastly the doorbell. He was come. His mother filled the teapot from the urn. She drew near her the hearth, the stuffed and cushioned blue chair. Her own chair by right. Where was I? Her own chair by right, but I saw there was one who might with impunity usurp it. And when that one came up the stairs, which he soon did, after I suppose some such attention to the toilet as the wild and wet night rendered necessary, and strode straight in. It is you, Graham? Said his mother, hiding a glad smile and speaking curtly. Who else should it be, Mamma? He demanded, the unpunctual possessing himself irreverently of the abdicated throne. Where was I? Don't you deserve cold tea for being late? I shall not get my desserts, for the urn sings cheerily. I shall not, wheel yourself to table, lazy boy. No seat will serve you but mine. If you had one spark of a sense of propriety, you would always leave that chair for the old lady. So I should. Only the dear old lady persists in leaving it for me. How is your patient, Mamma? Will she come forward and speak for herself? Said Mrs. Breton, turning to my corner, and at this invitation forward I came. Graham courteously rose up to greet me. He stood tall on their hearth, a figure justifying his mother's unconcealed pride. So you are come down, said he. You must be better then, much better. I scarcely expected we should meet thus or here. I was alarmed last night, as if I had not been forced to hurry away to a dying patient. I certainly would not have left you, but my mother herself is something of a doctoress, and Martha an excellent nurse. I saw that the case was a fainting fit, not necessarily dangerous. What brought it on, I have yet to learn, in all particulars. Meantime, I trust you really do feel better. Much better, I said calmly. Much better, I thank you, Dr. John. Oh, reader, this young man, this darling son, this host of mine, this Graham Breton, was Dr. John. He and no other, and what is more, I ascertained this identity scarcely with surprise. What is more, when I heard Graham step on the stairs, I knew what manner of figure would enter, and for whose aspect to prepare my eyes. Prepare my eyes. The discovery was not of today. Its dawn. Sorry. Its dawn had penetrated my perceptions long since. Of course I remembered young Breton well, and though 10 years, from 16 to 26, may greatly change the boy as they mature him to the man, yet they could bring no such utter difference as would suffice wholly to blind my eyes or baffle my memory. Dr. John Graham Breton retained still an affinity to the youth of 16. He had his eyes, he had some of his features, to wit, and an excellently molded lower half of the face. I found him out soon. I first recognized him on that occasion, noted several chapters back, when my unguardedly fixed attention had drawn on me the mortification of an implied rebuke. Subsequent observation confirmed in every point that early surmise. I traced in the gesture, the port, and the habits of his manhood all his boy's promise. I heard in his now deep tones the accent of former days. Certain turns of phrase peculiar to him of old were peculiar to him still. And so many a trick of eye and lip, many a smile, many a sudden ray leveled from the irid under his well-charactered brow. To say anything on the subject, to hint at my discovery, had not suited my habits of thought, or assimilated with my system of feeling. On the contrary, I had preferred to keep the matter to myself. I liked entering his presence covered with a cloud he had not seen through, while he stood before me under a ray of special illumination, which shone all partial over his head, trembled about his feet, and cast light no farther. Well, I knew that to him it could make little difference were I to come forward and announce, "This is Lucy Snow," so I kept back in my teacher's place, and as he never asked my name, so I never gave it. He heard me called Miss and Miss Lucy, but he had never heard the surname Snow. As to spontaneous recognition, though I, perhaps, was still less changed than he, the idea never approached his mind, and why should I suggest it? During tea, Dr. John was kind, and it was his nature to be. That meal over and the tray carried out, he made a cozy arrangement of the cushions in a corner of the sofa, and obliged me to settle amongst them. He and his mother also drew to the fire, and ere we had sat 10 minutes, I caught the eye of the latter fastened steadily upon me, more certainly quicker in some things than men. "Well," she exclaimed presently, "I have seldom seen on stronger likeness. Graham, have you observed it?" "Observed what? What ails the old lady now?" "How you stare, mamma. One would think you had an attack of second sight. Tell me, Graham, of whom does that young lady remind you?" pointing to me. "Mamma, you put her out of countenance. I often tell you abruptness is not your fault. Remember, too, that to you she is a stranger and does not know your ways. Now, Now when she looks down, now when she turns sideways, who is she like, Graham?" "Indeed, mamma, since you have propounded the riddle, I think you ought to solve it." And you have known her some time, you say, ever since you first began to attend the school in the Rue Fossette? You never mentioned to me that singular resemblance. I could not mention a thing of which I had never thought, and which I do not now acknowledge. What can you mean?" Graham, stupid boy, look at her. Graham did look, but this was not to be endured. I saw how it must end, so I thought it best to anticipate. "Dr. John," I said, has had so much to do and think of since he and I shook hands at our last parting in St. Anne's Street, that while I readily found out Mr. Graham Breton some months ago, it never occurred to me, as possible, that he should recognize Lucy Snow. Lucy Snow, I thought so. I knew it, cried Mrs. Bretton, and she at once stepped across the hearth and kissed me. Some ladies would perhaps have made a great bustle upon such a discovery. Um, um, without being particularly glad of it, but it was not my godmother's habit to make a bustle, and she preferred all sentimental demonstration and bas relief. Where? So she and I got over the surprise with few words and a single salute. Yet I dare say she was pleased, and I know I was, when we renewed old acquaintance, with Graham sitting opposite, silently disposed of his paroxysm of astonishment. Mamma calls me a stupid boy, and I think I am so, at length he said. For upon my honour, often as I have seen you, I never once suspected this fact, and yet I perceive it all now. Lucy Snow, to be sure, I recollect her perfectly, and there she sits, not a doubt of it. But, he added, you surely have not known me as an old acquaintance all this time, and never mentioned it. That I have, was my answer. Dr. John commented not. I suppose he regarded my silence as eccentric, but he was indulgent in refraining from censure. I dare say, too, he would have deemed it impertinent to have interrogated me very closely, to have asked me the why and wherefore of my reserve, and thought he might feel a little curious. The importance of the case was by no means such as to tempt curiosity to infringe on discretion. For my part, I just ventured to inquire whether he remembered the circumstance of my once looking at him very fixedly, for the slight annoyance he had betrayed on that occasion still lingered sore on my mind. I think I do, he said. I think I was even cross with you. You considered me a little bold, perhaps, I inquired. Not at all, only shy and retiring as your general manner was. I wondered what personal or facial enormity in me proved so magnetic to your usually averted eyes. You see how it was now? Perfectly. And here Mrs. Bretton broke in with many, many questions about past times, and for her satisfaction I had to recur to gone-by troubles, to explain causes of some seeming estrangement, to touch on single-handed conflict with life, with death, with grief, with fate. Dr. John listened, saying little. He and she then told me of changes they had known. Even with them, all had not gone smoothly, and fortune had retrenched her once abundant gifts. But so courageous a mother, with such a champion in her son, was well fitted to fight a good fight with the world, and to prevail ultimately. Dr. John himself was one of those on whose birth benign planets have certainly smiled. Adversity might set against him her most sullen front. He was the man to beat her down with smiles, strong and cheerful and firm and courteous, not rash yet valiant. He was aspirant to woo Destiny herself, and to win from her stone-eyed eyeballs a beam almost loving. In the profession he had adopted, his success was now quite decided. Within the last 3 months he had taken this house, a small chateau, they told me, about half a league without the Port de Crécy. This country site being chosen for the sake of his mother's health, with which town air did not now agree. Hither he had invited Mrs. Bretton, and she, on leaving England, had brought with her such residue furniture of the former St. Anne Street mansion as she had thought fit to keep unsold. Hence my bewilderment at the phantoms of chairs and the race of looking glasses, tea-urns, and teacups. As the clock struck 11, Dr. John stopped his mother. Miss Snow must retire now, he said. She is beginning to look very pale. Tomorrow I would venture to put some questions respecting the cause of her loss of health. She is much changed indeed, since last July, when I saw her enact with no little spirit the part of a very killing fine gentleman, until last night's catastrophe. I am sure thereby hangs a tale, but we will inquire no further this evening. Good night, Miss Lucy Snow. Good night, Miss Lucy. And so he kindly led me to the door, and holding a wax candle, lighted me up the one flight of steps. When I had said my prayers, and when I was undressed and laid down, I felt that I still had friends. Friends not professing vehement attachment, not offering the tender solace of well-matched and congenial relationship, on whom, therefore, but moderate demand of affection was to be made, of whom but moderate expectation formed, but towards whom my heart softened instinctively, and yearned with an importunate, importunate gratitude, which I entreated reason betimes to check. Do not let me think of them too often, too much, too fondly, I implored. Let me be content with a temperate draw of this living stream. Let me not run athirst and apply passionately to its welcome waters. Let me not imagine in them a sweeter taste than earth's fountains know. Oh, would to God I may be enabled to feel enough sustenance by an occasional amicable intercourse, rare, brief, unengrossing, and tranquil. Quite tranquil. Still repeating this word, I turned to my pillow, and still repeating it, I steeped that pillow with tears. The end of chapter 16. I know I still have one more chapter to read to be truly caught up, but I've been reading out loud for 4 hours and 30 minutes, basically. So I think I'm gonna go now. I'm probably gonna read this now, or I'm gonna go to sleep and read it tomorrow. But yeah, this was fun, I guess. My voice is rough, obviously. But yeah, thank you for watching if you do watch or whatever. See